The night does not begin with flames. It begins with silence inside a palace where every corridor remembers a murder. Long before Rome burns, long before the emperor's name becomes a curse whispered through centuries, the danger is already there, coiled beneath marble floors, hidden behind painted walls, moving quietly through family dinners, adoption ceremonies, marriages, funerals, and the thin smiles of people who understand that in the house of Caesar, blood is never only blood. It is a claim. It is a weapon. It is a sentence waiting to be carried out. Rome in the middle of the 1st century is not yet the ancient ruin people imagine when they picture broken columns under a fading sky. It is alive, swollen, loud, impatient, and almost impossibly powerful. Ships come up the Tiber heavy with Egyptian grain, Spanish metals, African animals, Greek statues, Syrian glass, Indian spices carried through many hands, and human beings sold as property. The empire reaches from the wet frontiers of Britain to the deserts near the Red Sea, from the Rhine and Danube to the old cities of the eastern Mediterranean. Roads run outward like stone veins. Legions stand in distant provinces. Coins carry the emperor's face into markets he will never see. At the center of it all lies Rome, a city that feels eternal to those who fear it and fragile to those forced to govern it. But Rome's greatness does not make it calm. The city is a furnace of ambition. Senators still speak the language of the old republic, even though the republic has been dead in all but memory since Augustus wrapped one-man rule in the clothing of tradition. Aristocratic families pretend they still matter as independent powers, but everyone knows the truth. The emperor controls armies, honors trials, inheritances, careers, and survival itself. To be near him is to be near the sun. It can warm, enrich, and elevate a family beyond imagination. It can also burn a person out of history before dawn. This is the world into which Nero is born, though he is not yet Nero. He enters life in 37 CE as Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, a name carrying the weight of 2 fierce bloodlines. On one side is the Domitii Ahenobarbi, an old aristocratic family with a reputation for pride, violence, and stubborn independence. On the other side is something far more dangerous, the blood of Augustus, the first emperor, the carefully polished founder of imperial Rome. Through his mother, Agrippina the Younger, the child belongs to the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the family that has turned Roman politics into a private inheritance and Roman history into a household drama. That household drama has already become deadly. Augustus had tried to build permanence out of family law, image, and fear. He understood better than anyone that Rome hated kings, but could be trained to obey an emperor if the emperor pretended not to be one. He created a system in which supreme power passed not by open monarchy, but through adoption, marriage, public honors, military loyalty, and careful management of appearances. Yet the system carried a poison at its core. Because the succession was never fully simple, every child born near the imperial line became a potential solution and a potential threat. Every marriage altered the map of danger. Every illness could become a political crisis. Every funeral invited suspicion. By the time Lucius is born, the imperial family has already consumed much of itself. Augustus's chosen heirs had died one after another. Tiberius, suspicious and cold in later memory, had retreated from Rome while accusations and executions multiplied under the shadow of treason trials. Caligula, Nero's maternal uncle, had risen young and dazzling, then become remembered as a figure of extravagance, humiliation, and terror. Though scholars still debate how much of that portrait reflects reality, and how much comes from elite hatred sharpened after his death, what survives in the record suggests a court where fear and performance often merged, where an emperor's moods could decide the fate of men who had once believed themselves untouchable. Then in 41 CE Caligula is assassinated, not defeated in a noble battle, not judged by the Senate in some restored republican fantasy, but cut down by members of his own guard in the hidden spaces of power. His wife and young daughter are killed as well, a brutal reminder that dynastic politics does not spare children when blood itself is treated as a claim. In the chaos that follows, Claudius, the awkward and underestimated uncle, whom many had dismissed for years, is raised to the throne by the Praetorian Guard. The Senate hesitates, debates, perhaps dreams briefly of reclaiming authority, but armed men have already made the essential decision. Rome has learned again that the emperor's power rests not only on ancestry and ceremony, but on soldiers close enough to draw steel. For a child like Lucius, these events are not distant politics. They are family weather. They shape the air around him before he can understand it. His mother Agrippina is Caligula's sister, a woman born close to power and trained by catastrophe. She has seen imperial favor from the inside. She has seen exile. She has seen relatives destroyed. She knows that a person can be adored in Rome one year and erased the next. She also knows that her son's ancestry is not merely noble, it is usable. In the imperial world, a boy with the right blood can become a ladder for others, a banner for factions, a future emperor before he has learned how to command himself. Agrippina is one of the most formidable figures of the age, and any story of Nero that begins with Nero alone begins too late. She's the daughter of Germanicus, the immensely popular general whose memory still carries emotional force in Rome, and Agrippina the Elder, a woman associated with old Roman severity and dynastic legitimacy. Germanicus had died in the East, under circumstances that stirred rumors of poisoning and political intrigue. The evidence remains incomplete, and historians still debate the exact nature of that crisis, but the effect on Roman memory was unmistakable. Germanicus became the lost golden prince, the man many wished had ruled. His descendants inherited not only blood but longing. Agrippina the Younger grows up inside that longing. She understands symbols. She understands public affection. She understands that names can move crowds and frighten emperors. Yet she is also operating in a world designed by men and guarded by men, where a woman cannot openly hold supreme power, even if she has the intelligence, lineage, and will to seize it indirectly. Her route must run through marriage, motherhood, alliance, and influence. Her son is not only her child, he is her political future. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Because Nero's story is not simply the tale of one unstable ruler. It is the story of a system that keeps producing dangerous men, then acts astonished when danger reaches the throne. The empire that awaits Lucius has already learned to disguise violence as order. Public rituals project continuity. The Senate meets. Magistrates hold office. Temples receive offerings. The people cheer games and distributions. Coins speak of peace, victory, abundance, and divine favor. But behind this polished surface lies a recurring question. No ceremony can fully answer who comes next. The Roman state has conquered vast territories, but it has not solved succession. The old republic had been brutal, competitive, and unstable in its own way, yet no single family owned the future. Under the emperors, the fate of the Mediterranean world can depend on pregnancies, adoptions, private resentments, bedroom alliances, and whether a powerful freedman, guard, commander, wife, or tutor can guide the hand of one young ruler before another faction does. This instability makes Nero possible. It also makes him dangerous before he has done anything. He is born during Caligula's reign, when proximity to power can be fatal. His father, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, dies when Lucius is still very young. Ancient writers paint the father in dark colours, describing him as arrogant and cruel, but those portraits come through hostile traditions, and no single explanation fully accounts for how much is fact-moral exaggeration or retroactive shadow cast backward from Nero's later reputation. Still, the family reputation matters. Romans believe character can travel through blood. They read ancestry almost like prophecy. A child born from a proud, violent, noble line, and the house of Augustus carries in their eyes both greatness and menace. When Caligula falls, Agrippina's position shifts again. Claudius comes to power and the palace rearranges itself around a new centre. Claudius is older, learned physically awkward according to ancient descriptions, and long underestimated by his family. His reign is more capable than his enemies later like to admit. He expands Roman power most famously through the conquest of Britain in 43 CE. He takes administration seriously. He relies heavily on imperial freedmen, men who had once been enslaved or came from servile backgrounds and now wield extraordinary influence within the machinery of government. To traditional senators this is offensive. To the empire it is often practical. Claudius's court becomes a place where old aristocrats, imperial women, freedmen, guardsmen, and provincial interest collide. Lucius is still a boy, but the machinery around him is already moving. Claudius has his own son Britannicus, born to Messalina, his powerful and scandal-shadowed wife. Britannicus is the obvious heir by blood. If Rome were a simple monarchy, his path might appear clear. But imperial Rome is never simple. Messalina's fall changes everything. Ancient accounts accuse her of sexual excess manipulation, and even a bizarre public marriage-like ceremony with another man while Claudius still lived. The details are tangled in moralizing and political hostility, and scholars still debate the exact shape of the scandal. Yet the result is certain: Messalina is executed, and the question of Claudius's next wife becomes a question about the future of the empire. Agrippina moves into that opening with extraordinary precision. She's Claudius's niece, which makes the marriage controversial enough to require legal adjustment, but imperial necessity has a way of bending rules. When Claudius marries Agrippina in 49 CE, Lucius is pulled closer to the throne. This is one of those quiet turning points in history that does not look at first like a battlefield. No legion crosses a river, no city wall falls, yet the consequences will reach into fire, persecution, revolt, and legend. A woman who has survived the lethal tides of the Julio-Claudian house has placed herself beside the emperor, and her son has entered the line of succession. Agrippina does not wait passively. She advances her son's position step by step. Lucius is adopted by Claudius in 50 CE and receives the name Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. The name itself is a political instrument binding him to Claudius Germanicus and the sacred aura of the ruling house. He is older than Britannicus by a few years, a crucial advantage in a world where public readiness matters. He is given honours early. He appears before the people. His image begins to circulate. He is betrothed and then married to Octavia Claudius's daughter, tightening the dynastic knot around him. Britannicus, the natural son, remains alive but increasingly displaced, standing in the palace like a reminder of an alternate future that powerful people are working hard to prevent. Here the story begins to acquire the shape of tragedy, though no one inside it can see the whole design. Nero is not yet the emperor who will be accused of murdering kin, humiliating senators, performing on stage, persecuting Christians, and building a golden palace over the wounds of a burned city. He is a carefully presented youth, an imperial prospect shaped by tutors, handlers, family ambition, and public expectation. Around him, Rome sees what it has been taught to see: lineage, promise, continuity, youth linked to the beloved memory of Germanicus. Beneath that image, however, lies the more unsettling truth. Nero is being prepared not simply to rule, but to survive a system in which survival often means someone else must not. The lesser-known detail is how young he still is while all this happens. Modern memory often imagines emperors as fully formed tyrants, men who step onto the stage already hardened into their later reputations. But Nero's rise begins in adolescence inside a court where older minds plan through him. He's dressed in honours before he has lived enough to understand their cost. He's praised before he has earned judgment. He's placed in competition with another boy whose existence threatens his future. The palace does not raise children here. It manufactures claimants. And Rome accepts this because Rome has grown accustomed to danger at the top. After decades of imperial rule, the city fears civil war more than it fears monarchy. The memory of the Republic's final century remains a warning. Generals marching on Rome, proscriptions, assassinations, armies loyal to commanders instead of institutions. Augustus had offered peace after chaos, and that bargain still holds. Better one ruler many believe than many warlords. Better a flawed dynasty than another age of open slaughter. Yet the bargain has a hidden cost. When power narrows into a household, the household's sickness becomes the empire's sickness. Nero's future is therefore not born from madness alone, or cruelty alone, or artistic vanity alone, though all of these will later become part of the story told about him. It is born from a dynasty that confuses family with government, from a city that demands stability, but rewards intrigue, from a ruling class that despises imperial power while competing desperately for its favors, and from a mother who understands that in Rome, a son can be both beloved child and political weapon. The evidence remains incomplete in many places, and the ancient sources often write with hatred sharpened by hindsight. But even through their distortions, one thing appears clearly enough before Nero ever holds supreme power. He is surrounded by people who have learned to treat power as a matter of life and death. So the boy advances. The name Lucius Domitius fades behind the grander mask of Nero Caesar. The old blood of Augustus, Germanicus, Claudius, and the Domitii gathers around him like a cloak too heavy for his shoulders. In public he is promise. In private he is strategy. Somewhere nearby Britannicus waits. Agrippina watches. Claudius ages. Senators calculate. Freedmen maneuver. Rome cheers the image placed before it, not yet knowing that this carefully arranged inheritance will one day help produce one of the most infamous figures in human history. The flames are still years away. The music, the executions, the accusations, the golden palace, the final flight into darkness. All of it waits beyond the horizon. For now there is only a boy inside the most dangerous family in the world, walking toward a throne built by Augustus, stained by Caligula, occupied by Claudius, and haunted by every relative who discovered too late that in imperial Rome being close to power is almost the same as being close to death. Agrippina does not raise her son in an ordinary childhood, because ordinary childhood has no place in the imperial house. Around Nero, even the simplest gestures carry political meaning. A tutor is not only a tutor. A marriage is not only a marriage. A public appearance is not only a moment of family pride. Every step in the boy's life can be measured against other possible heirs, other anxious factions, other old grudges that never truly disappear. The palace teaches its lessons without naming them. It teaches that affection is useful, that loyalty must be inspected, that a smile may conceal a sentence of death, and that the safest person in a room may be the one who says the least. Agrippina the Younger understands these lessons better than almost anyone alive. She has not merely read the history of the Julio-Claudian family, she has survived it. Her father Germanicus had been adored by soldiers and civilians in a way few Romans could forget. His death far from Rome had left a bruise on public memory, and even decades later his name still carried emotional power. Her mother, Agrippina the Elder, had defied the imperial court and paid heavily for it. Her siblings had risen and fallen in the terrifying orbit of Caligula. Agrippina herself had known exile under her brother, then return under Claudius. To imagine her as simply ambitious is too small. Ambition is part of her, but survival has sharpened it into something colder and more disciplined. She knows that power does not reward hesitation. She also knows that a woman in her world must often rule through someone else's hands. Her son becomes those hands long before he understands the full bargain. As Lucius Domitius, he is born with a noble name, but as Nero Claudius Caesar, he becomes something larger and less personal, a dynastic solution. Adoption by Claudius does more than move him closer to succession. It transforms his identity. In Rome, adoption among elites is not a sentimental rescue of an orphaned child. It is a legal and political act capable of redirecting inheritance, prestige, and public legitimacy. When Claudius adopts him, Nero is no longer simply Agrippina's son from an earlier marriage. He becomes the emperor's son, and therefore a visible rival to Britannicus, the emperor's natural child. From that moment the palace contains two futures. The awkwardness of that arrangement cannot be overstated. Britannicus is younger, but he is Claudius's blood son. Nero is older, adopted, and backed by Agrippina's relentless influence. The Roman public sees ceremonies, honors, and images. Inside the palace, every difference in treatment matters. Who appears beside Claudius? Who receives military-style honors? Who's introduced to the Senate with care? Who's presented to the people as mature enough for responsibility? The empire is being instructed slowly and deliberately where to look. Agrippina works with the patience of someone who understands symbols. Nero's name is loaded with memory. Germanicus, in his full titulature, evokes her father's beloved reputation. Caesar places him within the sacred vocabulary of the ruling house. Claudius binds him to the reigning emperor. Drusus reaches backward into another admired branch of the family. To modern ears, such names can sound like ceremonial excess, but in Rome they function almost like political architecture. They build a recognizable structure around the boy. They tell the army, the Senate, and the city that this youth is not an accident. He belongs to the line of rule. Yet behind the public design there is the question of the boy himself. Nero's early personality is difficult to recover, because nearly every surviving source writes in the shadow of what he later becomes. Ancient historians rarely resist the temptation to find signs of the monster in the child. They look backward and discover omens, bad habits, hints of cruelty, indulgence, theatrical vanity. Some details may preserve real memories, but many are shaped by hindsight. Scholars still debate how much of Nero's youth can be separated from the later moral portrait imposed upon him. The evidence remains incomplete, and it is safer to say that Nero was moulded by an atmosphere of extreme privilege and danger than to claim that his fate was already visible in his cradle. What survives in the record suggests a young man given an education appropriate to a Roman prince, though not necessarily an education designed to create emotional balance. He studies rhetoric, literature, Greek culture, and public performance. He learns how words can command a room. He learns how posture, timing, and presentation matter. He is also trained for visibility. Rome does not merely require its ruler to govern. It requires him to appear. The emperor must be seen in courts, games, ceremonies, military contexts, religious rituals, and family events. He must seem accessible and elevated at once. For a youth like Nero, this creates a strange double life. He is a student, but also an emblem. He is watched before he is tested. Into this education steps Seneca, one of the most brilliant literary figures of the age. Seneca had endured exile and return like many who lived too close to imperial storms. Agrippina helps bring him back and places him near Nero as tutor. The decision is clever. Seneca offers intellectual prestige, moral language, and a connection to Roman elite culture. A prince educated by Seneca can be presented not merely as dynastic, but as thoughtful, refined, guided by philosophy. Later, Seneca's association with Nero will become one of history's darker ironies, the stoic moralist near the throne of a ruler remembered for excess. But at the beginning, the arrangement gives Nero a polish that Agrippina needs. Another important figure is Sextus Afranius Burrus, who will later command the Praetorian Guard. Burrus is not a philosopher. He represents discipline, military authority, and the armed reality beneath imperial politics. Together, Seneca and Burrus will eventually become the stabilizing pair around the young emperor. But even before Nero rules, their presence points to a broader strategy. Agrippina is not simply pushing her son forward, she is assembling a structure around him. He needs intellectual credibility, guard support, public recognition, and dynastic legitimacy. She pursues all of them. There is a lesser-known detail in the way Nero's public career begins early. He is granted the toga virilis, the garment marking a Roman male's formal passage toward adulthood before the usual age. This is not just family celebration, it is political acceleration. A boy is being hurried into manhood because the imperial calendar requires it. He appears in public roles, gives speeches, and receives honors that signal readiness. Rome is encouraged to imagine him not as a child waiting in line, but as a young leader already approaching the threshold. Britannicus, by contrast, is left behind in the optics of power. In imperial politics, perception can become destiny before law catches up. Agrippina's influence during this period becomes so visible that it unsettles many observers. She appears with Claudius in ways that seem almost co-ruling. She receives honors unusual for a woman. Colonies and public spaces bear marks of her prominence. Her birthplace, the settlement on the Rhine that becomes known as Colonia Agrippinensis, later Cologne, is elevated under Claudius, a reminder that her status reaches beyond palace walls into the geography of empire. Roman tradition does not comfortably accept a woman so close to formal power. It can tolerate imperial women as mothers, wives, priestesses, and dynastic symbols. It becomes nervous when they appear to direct policy or succession. Agrippina's strength helps Nero rise, but it also creates resentment that will later attach itself to both mother and son. This resentment matters because the Roman elite writes much of the history that survives. Senators and aristocratic authors view powerful imperial women through a lens of suspicion. Messalina becomes lust. Agrippina becomes domination. Livia Aelia becomes secret manipulation in some traditions. These portraits are not invented from nothing, but they are shaped by deep cultural anxiety. A woman who acts openly in politics can be described as unnatural, scheming, masculine, dangerous. Agrippina certainly schemes. Yet the world around her offers few honest routes to power. Her methods are ruthless, but they are also the methods her environment rewards. Nero grows within that environment, absorbing lessons that may contradict one another. From Seneca he receives language about clemency, virtue, restraint, and noble rule. From Agrippina he sees the practical mechanics of survival. From the palace he learns that rivals are not abstractions. From public ceremony he learns that applause can be arranged. From the history of his own family he learns that legitimacy does not protect the weak unless forced timing and influence stand behind it. No single explanation fully accounts for the adult Nero, but this collision of moral instruction and lethal example must have mattered. A young mind can repeat beautiful ideas in public while learning far darker lessons in private. The marriage to Octavia deepens the trap. Octavia is Claudius's daughter, Britannicus's sister, and a crucial dynastic link. By marrying her, Nero is drawn more tightly into Claudius's household and more visibly positioned as heir. But the marriage is not a romance. It is an arrangement constructed out of succession politics. Octavia herself becomes one of the quiet tragedies of the story, a girl moved across the chessboard of imperial necessity. Her future will be bound to Nero's rise and ruined by the forces that rise with him. For now, her marriage helps make Nero appear inevitable. Inevitability, however, is always dangerous in a palace where another heir still lives. Britannicus remains the natural son of Claudius. He is young, but youth is temporary. Every year that passes brings him closer to manhood. If Claudius lives long enough, he might favour his own son more openly. If Agrippina loses influence, Nero's position could weaken. If factions gather around Britannicus, the succession could fracture. The court therefore exists in a state of quiet pressure. Time itself becomes political. Nero's supporters need transition before Britannicus becomes too strong. Britannicus's existence is not an immediate rebellion, but it is a living alternative, and alternatives are dangerous. Then comes the death of Claudius in 54 CE. It is one of the great shadowed moments of the Julio-Claudian age. Ancient sources famously claim that Agrippina poisoned him, often with mushrooms, and that the process may have involved further intervention when the first attempt did not finish the work. The story is vivid, almost too vivid, with the kind of poisonous detail ancient historians loved. Modern scholars remain cautious. Claudius was older and could have died naturally, and the evidence for murder comes through hostile literary traditions shaped by the politics of what followed. Yet the timing undeniably benefits Agrippina and Nero. Claudius dies before Britannicus is old enough to assert himself fully and Nero is ready. The transition is swift. Nero is presented to the Praetorian Guard, whose support is indispensable. He is then accepted by the Senate, whose approval gives constitutional shape to a decision already secured by force and dynastic preparation. Britannicus is passed over. Agrippina's years of planning have reached their crucial moment. At just 16, Nero becomes Emperor of Rome. The image is almost unreal, a teenager placed at the center of the known world, surrounded by older advisors, guarded by soldiers, watched by senators, elevated by his mother, and praised by a city eager for stability. Rome has seen young rulers before, and youth carries both charm and danger. A young emperor can be guided. A young emperor can be managed. A young emperor can also grow tired of those who guide and manage him. For the moment, hope is possible. Nero is linked to Germanicus, trained by Seneca, supported by Burrus, and presented as the beginning of a better age after the tensions and scandals of Claudius's household. The early signs seem promising enough for many to believe them, but beneath the ceremony the old pattern remains. A ruler has risen not because the system is healthy, but because the system has once again been manipulated successfully. A mother has placed her son on the throne. A natural heir has been displaced. A dead emperor lies behind the transition under a cloud of suspicion. The Senate bows. The Guard approves. The people cheer. The empire continues. Nero's childhood ends not with maturity, but with accession. He has not fought a war, governed a province, commanded a legion, or endured the slow discipline by which ordinary aristocrats might learn public life. He's been lifted over all of that by ancestry, image, and intrigue. This does not mean he is doomed from the first day, and it does not mean every later crime is already inevitable. History is rarely that simple, but it does mean the throne receives him before he has had any chance to become fully human outside its distortions. The boy who once moved through palace corridors as someone else's project now sits where all projects converge. Agrippina has won, yet victory in the imperial house is never still. The moment her son becomes emperor, the nature of their relationship changes. Before his rise depends on her, now her power depends on him. She has created the ruler, but the ruler may not remain content to be created. The mother who understands ambition better than anyone has placed beside herself a young man who will soon learn that the only person more dangerous than an enemy is the one who believes they own you. At first, Nero's reign seems almost designed to disarm suspicion. Rome does not immediately receive a monster. It receives a polished adolescent emperor wrapped in promises of restraint, guided by respected advisors, and presented as a corrective to the darker memories of recent rule. The machinery that lifted him to power now works to make him appear safe. The Senate hears language of cooperation. The aristocracy hears hints that the worst habits of palace dominance may soften. The people see a young ruler with famous blood, a handsome public image, and the charm of beginning. After so many years of intrigue, prosecution, scandals, and court suspicion, the first impression matters. Nero must not seem like the product of a palace coup. He must seem like renewal. The early speeches attributed to this period are difficult to separate from the elegant hand of Seneca, but that is precisely the point. Nero speaks in the language his advisors want Rome to hear. He promises not to judge all cases personally behind closed doors. He gestures toward restoring dignity to the Senate. He distances himself, at least in tone, from the harsher atmosphere associated with Claudius's later court. He gives the elite what they often desire most from an emperor, the feeling that their status still has meaning. The reality of imperial power does not disappear, but it is made more graceful. The young emperor can stand at the center, while older men shape the voice coming from the throne. Seneca and Burrus are the essential figures in this first phase. They're not identical men, and their strengths come from different worlds. Seneca brings rhetoric, philosophy, political intelligence, and the ability to dress power in moral language. Burrus brings the Praetorian Guard discipline and a stern military reputation that helps keep the palace from dissolving into open faction. Together they form a kind of protective frame around Nero, and for a time that frame holds. Later tradition will sometimes look back on the early years of Nero's reign as a golden beginning, or at least as the most tolerable part of his rule. That memory should not be exaggerated. Rome remains unequal, violent, and authoritarian. Imperial favor still decides careers. But compared with what comes later, these opening years carry an undeniable sense of controlled possibility. Nero is young enough to be guided and old enough to be displayed. This is the delicate balance his advisors try to maintain. He must appear as emperor, not puppet. Yet he must be prevented from acting on every impulse that absolute power can awaken in a 16-year-old. The ancient evidence suggests that Seneca and Burrus attempt to manage access-shaped decisions and moderate punishments. They understand that Rome's ruler is not only a man, but a center of gravity. Everyone near him will try to pull him. Freedmen, family members, senators, entertainers, guardsmen, clients, petitioners, flatterers, lovers, and enemies all move toward the same young figure. The task is not merely to advise Nero. It is to control the atmosphere around him before the atmosphere controls him. Agrippina, however, has no intention of becoming ornamental. In the first months of the reign, her prominence is unmistakable. Coins and public images suggest a mother standing very close to imperial authority. She receives embassies as peers in ceremonial contexts, and occupies a position that unsettles traditional Roman expectations. To many ordinary observers, her presence may seem natural. She is the woman whose bloodline strengthens Nero's legitimacy, and whose strategy brought stability after Claudius's death. but to senators trained in suspicion, her influence looks like domination. A woman is too visible near the source of power. Rome may accept the fiction that a young emperor governs in cooperation with the Senate, but it is less comfortable with the possibility that his mother governs through him. This tension defines the early reign more deeply than the public optimism suggests. There are really three centers of influence around Nero, Agrippina, Seneca, and Burrus and Nero himself. At first, Nero himself is the least defined of the three. Agrippina sees him as the instrument and continuation of her triumph. Seneca and Burrus see him as a ruler who must be trained into acceptable imperial behavior. Nero, meanwhile, begins to discover the pleasures and irritations of being the most powerful person alive. The evidence remains incomplete, and no source can open the private rooms of the palace with perfect reliability. But what survives suggests a young emperor increasingly aware that everyone around him claims some right to direct him. In the beginning, the arrangement benefits Rome. Administrative business continues, public order is maintained. The grain supply, always a matter of survival in the capital, remains a central concern. Provinces are governed through the usual mixture of imperial oversight, local elites, and military command. There are gestures of generosity, entertainments, and financial decisions meant to win approval. Nero's youth is softened by the competence of those behind him. The empire is too large and complex to be ruled only by personal charisma. Even a strong emperor relies on networks of officials, freedmen, generals, governors, scribes, and advisors. Under Nero's early rule, those networks continue to function, which helps explain why catastrophe is not immediate. There is a surprising detail in this early period that later memory often buries beneath scandal. Nero initially cultivates an image of clemency. Ancient tradition preserves the idea that when asked to sign a death warrant, he expressed regret that he had learned to write. Whether the remark is authentic, polished by Seneca, or invented as moral theatre, it captures the image his regime wanted to project. This young emperor is not supposed to be another Caligula. He is not supposed to delight in blood. He is supposed to embody restraint so completely that even necessary punishment wounds him. The line may be propaganda, but propaganda works only when it tells people what they are ready to hope. That hope matters because Rome's ruling class is exhausted by uncertainty. Claudius had governed with seriousness, but his court became associated with powerful freedmen, marital scandals, and the looming question of succession. Caligula's memory still served as a warning of youth unrestrained. Tiberius's later years had left the Senate with stories of fear and prosecution. Against this background, Nero's first years seem almost merciful. The Senate is treated with courtesy. Public extravagance has not yet overwhelmed political judgment. Executions do not yet define the reign. For a brief time, the monster of later legend is not visible, or perhaps not yet formed, but the palace is already teaching him new lessons. Nero learns that applause comes easily when paid for by power. He learns that elite praise can be performed as carefully as any song. He learns that the Senate, for all its dignity, bends when the guard and dynasty have already decided. He learns that those who advise him may also limit him. Most importantly, he learns that his mother's authority is both the source of his throne and chain around it. Agrippina's presence, once useful, becomes suffocating. Her power is not theoretical. She has supporters, clients, memory lineage, and a personality too forceful to retreat quietly. Nero may be emperor, but his mother still behaves like the architect of his rule. Their conflict begins with boundaries. Who controls access to the emperor? Who decides which petitions reach him? Who receives honors? Who influences appointments? Who stands beside him at public events? These are not minor questions in Rome. Access is power because the emperor is the gate through which wealth, pardon, office, and survival flow. If Agrippina controls the gate, Nero is not fully emperor. If Seneca and Burrus control it, Agrippina is diminished. If Nero controls it himself, everyone who helped create him must face the unsettling fact that their creation is alive. Nero's personal life becomes one field where this struggle plays out. His marriage to Octavia is politically necessary but emotionally empty. Octavia represents dynastic legitimacy, Claudius's line, and the arrangement that helps secure his accession. But Nero is drawn elsewhere, especially toward Acte, a freedwoman. Ancient sources treat this attachment with varying degrees of moral judgment, but politically it matters because Agrippina reportedly opposes it. To Agrippina, Acte is not merely a romantic distraction. She's a sign that Nero is forming desires outside maternal control. The details remain debated, but the larger pattern is clear. Private affection becomes political rebellion when the lover of an emperor can alter influence at court. Seneca and Burrus interestingly appear to tolerate or even quietly support Nero's attachment to Acte, perhaps because it weakens Agrippina without immediately endangering the state. This is one of the colder calculations of the early reign. The advisors who preach virtue are also political operators. If a young emperor's love affair helps separate him from his overmighty mother, it may be useful. No single explanation fully accounts for their motives, but they likely understand that Agrippina's dominance cannot continue indefinitely. Someone must lose influence. Better from their perspective that it be her rather than themselves. The conflict sharpens when Agrippina is said to threaten support for Britannicus. Whether she truly meant to replace Nero or merely used Britannicus as a weapon of intimidation is uncertain. What survives in the record suggests that the threat was plausible enough to matter. Britannicus remains alive, still young, but increasingly close to the age when he could become a rallying point. For Nero, the possibility is terrifying. His own legitimacy is carefully constructed, but Britannicus has the simpler claim of being Claudius's natural son. If Agrippina, the woman who made Nero emperor, chooses to remind the court that another heir exists, she reveals the fragility of everything she built. In these early years, then, the promise of good government exists alongside the first cracks in Nero's inner world. He governs under guidance, but guidance begins to feel like control. He is praised for clemency, but fear gathers around a rival. He is presented as mature, but his household treats him as contested territory. He is emperor, yet not free. The contradiction is dangerous. Absolute power does not mix well with humiliation, especially when the person feeling humiliated has guards, money judges, and the sacred aura of Caesar at his disposal. The Roman people may not see all of this. They see games, ceremonies, distributions, imperial appearances, and the broad continuity of life. In the streets below, the Palatine bakers knead bread vendors, shout carts grind through narrow lanes, bathhouses, steam apartment blocks creak under overcrowding and smoke. From thousands of hearths darkens the air. The emperor's youth is a subject of gossip, but the city has its own immediate concerns. Grain prices, fires, debts, patronage, festivals, work, disease, and rent matter more than palace tension, until palace tension spills into public consequence. Rome is always both grand and precarious, and most of its people survive far from the polished rooms where succession is arranged. Yet what happens in those rooms will eventually reach them. The early reign is not false exactly. Nero really does begin under capable supervision. The empire really does experience a period of relative steadiness. His public image really does carry hope. But the steadiness depends on a balance too personal to last. Agrippina cannot accept quiet removal from power. Seneca and Burrus cannot govern forever through a boy who is becoming a man. Nero cannot remain forever grateful to people whose very presence reminds him that he did not seize the throne by his own strength. So the first phase of Nero's rule becomes a calm surface over deep movement. The Senate hears moderation. The people receive spectacle. The advisers manage the young prince. The mother watches for betrayal. Britannicus remains a living shadow. And Nero, still barely out of childhood, begins to understand that the throne he inherited comes with one intolerable condition: everyone expects him to owe it to someone else. The tragedy of these years is that they show another Nero was at least imaginable. Not necessarily a noble philosopher-emperor, not a hidden saint ruined by slander, but a ruler whose worst impulses might have remained contained by structure, habit, and fear of disgrace. The evidence does not allow certainty. Still, the early reign proves that the empire did not instantly collapse beneath him. Rome could function with Nero at its head when stronger hands steadied the wheel. The darker question is what happens when those hands are pushed away, when the boy emperor decides that guidance is insult, restraint is captivity, and anyone who remembers his dependence has become a threat. The break between Nero and Agrippina does not happen in a single dramatic instant. It gathers slowly like pressure behind a wall that still looks sound from the outside. For years, mother and son have needed each other too much to separate cleanly. Agrippina needs Nero because he is the living proof of her victory, the son through whom her blood, ambition, and survival have reached the throne. Nero needs Agrippina because her lineage and planning helped make him emperor, and because Rome still recognizes in her the daughter of Germanicus, the woman whose name carries a weight his youth cannot yet carry alone. But dependence is not the same as love, and gratitude is not the same as obedience. In the imperial palace, the bond between mother and son becomes a political structure, and political structures either hold power or lose it. Agrippina's mistake, if it can be called a mistake, is that she seems to believe she can continue to stand visibly beside the throne after Nero has sat upon it. She has lived too long among emperors not to understand the danger, yet perhaps she imagines that her unique position protects her. She is not simply a courtier. She is not a temporary favourite. She is the emperor's mother, a descendant of Augustus, a woman honoured in public imagery, a survivor whose intelligence has already defeated rivals. Her very success may make retreat feel impossible. To withdraw would be to admit that her power was only transitional. To remain is to remind Nero every day that his rule began as her achievement. The earliest signs of strain appear in small shifts of access and ceremony. Agrippina's influence over petitions, appointments, and audiences begins to narrow. The advisers around Nero, especially Seneca and Burrus, have reason to encourage this. They do not necessarily want chaos. In fact, they fear it. But they also understand that no stable government can survive if two courts exist inside one palace. Agrippina draws clients toward herself. Nero has his own circle. The Praetorian Guard, the Senate, freedmen, and aristocrats must guess where real power lies. In such an atmosphere, even silence becomes a signal. A person who visits Agrippina too often may be watched. A person who flatters Nero too openly may be testing the wind. The palace becomes a place where people study doors, faces delays, and seating arrangements as if reading omens. Nero's attachment to Act accelerates the conflict because it gives his rebellion an intimate shape. Act, a freedwoman, is not the sort of partner Agrippina can accept as a serious presence near the emperor. Roman aristocratic morality is flexible when powerful men seek pleasure, but dynastic politics is not flexible when pleasure threatens arrangement. Nero's marriage to Octavia anchors him to Claudius's family and the succession settlement Agrippina created. Act represents a private world outside that settlement. For Nero, the relationship may offer something rare affection, not arranged by his mother, not justified by the Senate, not designed as a public symbol. For Agrippina, it is an insult and a warning. If Nero chooses his own desires here, he may choose them elsewhere. Ancient sources turn this conflict into a moral drama, often emphasizing Agrippina's fury and Nero's weakness. But the deeper issue is sovereignty. Who owns the emperor's body, schedule, marriage, bed, and household? In a monarchy disguised as a republic, these private questions become state questions. Nero's love life can affect diplomatic honors, family legitimacy, succession hopes, and access to patronage. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives suggests that Seneca and Burrus are willing to use Acti as a counterweight to Agrippina. They can present themselves as protectors of Nero's independence while benefiting politically from the decline of the emperor's mother. The young ruler is being pulled away from one form of control and into another, though he may experience it as liberation. Agrippina responds with a weapon. She still possesses the memory of alternatives. Britannicus remains alive. His presence is the most dangerous fact in the palace. He does not need to act. He only needs to exist. As Claudius's natural son, he embodies a path not taken. If Nero appears ungrateful, unstable, or dominated by unsuitable influences, Britannicus can be imagined as a correction. Whether Agrippina seriously considers replacing Nero, or merely wants to frighten him back into obedience, the threat cuts deeply. For Nero, it confirms what every emperor fears: legitimacy is never enough, while another claimant breathes. This is where the early reign darkens. The young emperor who had been praised for clemency begins to face the logic of imperial survival in its most intimate form. A rival cannot remain harmless forever. A mother who can rally support cannot be merely ignored. Advisors who help him resist Agrippina may later become restraints themselves. The palace teaches that danger often wears a familiar face. Nero's family history offers many examples. Caligula had been killed by men close enough to reach him. Claudius may have been poisoned at dinner, though scholars still debate the truth of that story. Germanicus had died amid suspicion. Augustus's household had been filled with deaths that invited rumor. In the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the family tree looks less like a line of inheritance than a map of disappearances. What makes Nero's conflict with Agrippina especially unsettling is the emotional inversion. The woman who protected him now becomes the person he must escape. The son she elevated now becomes the danger she cannot control. Their relationship has none of the ordinary privacy that might soften such a break. Rome watches them through ceremony, rumor, and political consequence. When Agrippina loses public prominence, observers notice. When her friends fall from favor, observers understand. When Nero favors others, observers calculate. No one needs a formal announcement that mother and son are at war. The court feels it. There is striking detail preserved in the tradition. Agrippina is said to have tried to assert herself so dramatically that she once moved toward sharing an official reception with Nero, only to be intercepted or managed away by advisors who understood how improper the image would appear. Whether the scene happened exactly as told is uncertain, but its symbolic truth is powerful. Agrippina wants to stand where Roman custom says she cannot stand. Nero's advisors want to protect the image of male imperial authority. Nero himself is caught between the woman who gave him power and the public role that requires him not to appear ruled by her. Rome may tolerate influence, but it cannot openly admit dependence on a mother. The conflict also exposes a larger Roman anxiety about women and power. Agrippina is not hated simply because she is ruthless. Ruthlessness is common enough among Roman men and often admired when successful. She is hated because her ruthlessness operates through motherhood marriage and dynastic proximity, the very spaces Roman ideology claims to keep separate from formal rule. Male writers can describe her as monstrous because she crosses boundaries they prefer to imagine as fixed. Yet those boundaries are already false. Imperial women have always mattered. They bear heirs, connect bloodlines, manage households, influence access, sponsor clients, appear on coins, and shape legitimacy. Agrippina's difference is that she makes the hidden structure too visible. Nero's desire to remove her influence is therefore politically understandable, even if the path he takes becomes brutal. An emperor cannot remain indefinitely under maternal supervision without losing face among the very elites who already doubt youth. But there is a difference between reducing influence and destroying a person. In Rome's imperial household, that difference often collapses. Power does not easily allow half measures, because half measures leave enemies alive. Agrippina has too much name memory and intelligence to become harmless. Even in retirement, she could be a center of opposition. Even in disgrace, she could inspire nostalgia. Even silent, she could remind Nero that he was made. The early removal of Agrippina's allies signals the direction of travel. People associated with her lose position. Her access to guards and honors appears reduced. She's moved away from the heart of palace life. These steps may seem administrative, but they are acts of isolation. In an imperial court, isolation is often the prelude to destruction. A powerful person rarely falls all at once. First their friends become cautious, then their visits decrease, then their letters are watched, then their name becomes dangerous to mention. By the time violence arrives, the victim has already been politically thinned out, separated from the networks that once made survival possible. For Nero, this process may feel like adulthood. He's asserting himself against the woman who has overshadowed him. He is discovering that the emperor's will can rearrange the lives of others. He is also discovering something more intoxicating. Resistance can be answered not by persuasion, but by removal. This is a lesson absolute power teaches quickly and badly. The first successful act of domination changes the scale of what seems possible. A young ruler who learns that a rival can be isolated may later learn that a rival can be accused, exiled, forced to die, or killed outright. The boundary moves. Still, the story should not be flattened into simple villainy too soon. Nero is not yet the figure of full legend standing over a burning city with a musical instrument in hand. He is a young emperor in a political culture where family rivals are real threats, where his mother is unusually powerful, where advisors encourage his independence, and where every source describing the conflict writes after blood has already been spilled. The evidence remains incomplete. Some accusations may be sharpened by hindsight. Some scenes may be literary inventions meant to foreshadow later horror. But the direction is clear enough. The alliance that brought Nero to power is breaking under the weight of the power it created. Agrippina herself does not vanish quietly. She is too experienced for that. She understands danger, and she understands her son. Ancient accounts portray her as defiant, capable of sudden reversals, and willing to use every remaining advantage. Her reputation alone may have protected her for a time. Killing an emperor's mother is not an ordinary political act. It violates Roman ideals of family duty, maternal reverence, and public decency. Even in a dynasty soaked with blood, matricide carries a special horror. Nero can resent her, fear her, and diminish her, but to destroy her openly would stain him in a way no speech by Seneca could easily wash away. That is why the struggle stretches on. Agrippina's power declines, but her existence remains formidable. Nero's resentment grows, but his ability to act is constrained by image fear, and perhaps some lingering emotional bond. Burrus and Seneca must navigate carefully. They benefit from Agrippina's weakening, yet they may not want a scandal so monstrous that it poisons the regime they're trying to stabilize. Rome continues to function, but the palace is becoming more dangerous, and the young emperor is learning to think of personal freedom in terms of other people's disappearance. Outside the palace, the city still roars with ordinary life. The same Rome that watches imperial ceremonies also struggles with cramped housing, sudden fires, polluted streets, and the daily negotiations of survival. Most citizens and residents do not know every detail of the feud, but rumors travel quickly in a city built on proximity. A slave overhears a household argument. A freedman carries a message. A senator's wife speaks at dinner. A guard repeats what he saw. Rome feeds on stories of the powerful because the powerful feed on Rome. The mother and son become figures in public imagination before the final break has even come. And beneath all of this, Britannicus waits like a shadow at the edge of the room. His fate belongs to the next dark movement of the story, but his presence already shapes the war between Nero and Agrippina. He is proof that the succession could have gone another way. He's the name Agrippina can invoke when she wants Nero to remember the fragility of his throne. In a healthier system, a younger stepbrother might be a relative, a noble youth, a possible ally. In Nero's Rome, he's a danger by existing, so the reign that began with polished speeches and hopes of restraint enters its first moral descent. The emperor's public image remains intact for a time, but inside the dynasty the old violence is returning. A mother has made a son emperor and now discovers that emperors do not like makers. A son has been lifted to supreme power and now discovers that the person who lifted him can also humiliate him. No single explanation fully accounts for what follows, because politics fear resentment. Youth, gender, family trauma, and absolute authority all converge. But the shape is unmistakable. Nero's first true enemy is not a foreign king, not a rebellious general, not a senator plotting restoration. His first true enemy is the woman who gave him the throne. The first death that truly stains Nero's reign does not come from a battlefield or a provincial revolt. It comes from inside the imperial household at a table where youth blood and succession sit too close together. Britannicus, the son of Claudius, has been passed over but not erased. He is still young, still watched, still dangerous in the silent way dynastic rivals are dangerous. He does not need an army. He does not need a speech in the forum. His name alone contains a political possibility, and in the Roman palace possibility can be fatal. By 55 CE, Nero has been emperor only a short time, and the careful balance of the early reign is already strained. Agrippina's power has been challenged but not destroyed. Seneca and Burrus hold influence, but their control depends on managing the emperor's fears as much as his policies. Octavia remains Nero's wife, the formal link to Claudius's bloodline, but the marriage offers no warmth and little security. Acta has drawn Nero's private affection away from the arrangement his mother built. Around them all stands Britannicus, nearing the age when boyhood can no longer make him harmless. Every month that passes makes him more usable by anyone dissatisfied with Nero. Ancient writers describe the situation with grim confidence. Agrippina, enraged by her loss of influence, threatens to bring Britannicus forward and reveal the crimes that placed Nero on the throne. Whether she actually makes such a threat in the exact form preserved by hostile sources remains uncertain. The evidence is incomplete, and the surviving accounts are shaped by later knowledge of the murder. But the political logic is strong. Britannicus is the one weapon Agrippina can still raise that Nero cannot dismiss. He is Claudius's natural son. He is Octavia's brother. He is the living reminder that adoption may elevate, but birth still speaks powerfully to Roman imagination. The danger is intensified by Roman customs around coming of age. Once Britannicus formally crosses into public manhood, he becomes harder to contain as a mere child of the palace. He can appear more fully in public, gather sympathizers more naturally, and serve as a symbol for those who resent Agrippina, resent Seneca, resent Nero, or simply prefer the son of Claudius to the adopted youth who replaced him. Nero's supporters understand this. Agrippina understands it. Nero understands it most of all. The palace is not waiting for Britannicus to do something. It is waiting for the moment when others can do something with him. The death comes suddenly. According to the ancient tradition, Britannicus is poisoned during a meal. The story is horrifying, not only because of the act itself, but because of its setting. He is said to collapse in front of others, his voice and breath overcome while the court freezes under the terrible discipline of proximity to power. Nero reportedly explains the incident as an epileptic seizure, a claim that may have been intended to make the death seem natural or at least familiar. Britannicus may indeed have suffered from some condition. Ancient references to illness are difficult to evaluate, but the dominant tradition insists on poison, and the timing makes suspicion nearly impossible to avoid. The figure often connected to the poisoning is Locusta, a woman remembered in Roman sources as a specialist in poisons. Her name becomes almost legendary attached to the dark arts of imperial murder. Yet here too caution is necessary. Ancient historians loved poison stories because poison fit the moral imagination of palace corruption. It was hidden, intimate, cowardly, and associated in Roman stereotypes with women foreigners and secretive courts. Not every alleged poisoning in Roman history can be accepted uncritically. Still, the case of Britannicus is one where motive, timing, and later political consequences align strongly enough that many historians accept murder as likely even while acknowledging that absolute certainty remains out of reach. If Britannicus is murdered, the act changes everything. Nero has crossed a threshold. The death of a rival in a dynasty is not unusual by the brutal standards of imperial politics, but this rival is a youth, a stepbrother, a legitimate alternative, and the natural son of the emperor whose name Nero now carries. The killing removes a political danger, but it also reveals a method of rule. A problem has been answered by death. Once such a solution succeeds, it becomes easier to imagine again. Agrippina understands the meaning immediately. The weapon she might have used is gone. Her son has not merely resisted her. He has removed the figure through whom she could threaten him. The balance between them shifts sharply. She remains formidable, but her options narrow. Around her, people learn the same lesson. Supporting Agrippina now carries greater risk. Speaking too warmly of Britannicus is useless and dangerous. Octavia, whose brother has died in the same household where her husband reigns, becomes more isolated than ever. She's still empress in title, but titles do not protect the powerless when the logic of survival has turned inward. There is a grim detail in the tradition that Britannicus is buried quickly under cover of rain, as if nature itself helps wash the public traces away. Whether this detail is literal memory or literary shaping, it captures the atmosphere of the event. The imperial household wants the death to pass. Rome is expected to accept the explanation, mourn briefly if allowed, and continue. The machinery of rule does not stop. Coins are struck. Orders are issued. Games proceed. Ships continue bringing grain up the Tiber. The world does not pause because one boy who might have ruled is carried into the darkness. Yet the moral temperature has changed. Nero's early reputation for clemency can survive only through official silence and public caution. People may not speak openly, but they know how to interpret timing. The Roman elite is trained in reading the unsaid. When a rival dies just as he becomes dangerous, few need the accusation spoken aloud. The emperor's innocence becomes a matter of public performance, not private belief. The death of Britannicus also reveals the limits of Seneca and Burrus. Did they know? Did they suspect? Did they try to prevent it? The sources do not allow certainty. Later, moral judgment often circles Seneca with particular unease. How could the philosopher of virtue remain near such a ruler? How could the writer of mercy serve a court where a boy dies conveniently? The answer is not simple. Seneca may have believed he could still restrain worse outcomes. He may have rationalized the death as political necessity. He may have lacked power to stop it. He may have known less beforehand than later critics imagined. No single explanation fully accounts for his position, and the evidence remains incomplete. But from this point forward, the gap between moral language and imperial reality becomes harder to ignore. For Nero, the removal of Britannicus strengthens his throne in the immediate sense. There is no longer a natural son of Claudius waiting nearby. Agrippina can no longer threaten to reverse the succession so easily. The court must adjust to Nero as the unavoidable center, but security gained through blood rarely produces peace. It often produces a deeper fear because the ruler knows what he has done and knows that others know too. A secret shared by a whole palace is not really a secret. It is a silence maintained by terror, advantage, and habit. The next struggle is therefore more personal and more monstrous. Britannicus was a rival by birth. Agrippina is a rival by memory. She knows too much. She has seen the machinery from inside. She may know or claim to know how Claudius died. She knows what was done to Britannicus, or at least understands who benefits. She knows Nero's weaknesses because she helped shape the conditions that produced them. Her continued existence is a living accusation. For an emperor who wants to feel self-created, she is unbearable. The process of isolating her deepens. Her guards and German bodyguards, if the sources are correct, are reduced or removed. Her public honors fade. She is moved away from the imperial residence and into a more separate existence. Friends and associates are targeted through accusations. The allegations vary: conspiracy, arrogance, hidden ambition, disloyal networks. In such cases, the exact charges matter less than the signal. Agrippina is no longer untouchable. To be close to her is to stand too near a falling column. Still, she survives for several years after Britannicus. This survival is important. It shows that Nero cannot simply destroy her at once without consequence. Agrippina is protected by more than guards. She is protected by the horror of the act itself. Matricide is a crime that Roman moral imagination treats as almost unnatural, a violation not only of family but of cosmic order. Roman culture can be brutal toward enemies, slaves, rebels, and even relatives, but the mother has a sacred aura in the language of duty. To kill one's mother is to step beyond ordinary political cruelty into a territory of mythic pollution. Nero may be emperor, but even emperors must fear stories. The ancient accounts of Agrippina's death are among the most dramatic in Roman history, and also among those most likely to be shaped by literary art. They describe failed schemes, including an elaborate collapsing boat designed to drown her while making the death appear accidental. The image is unforgettable: a murder disguised as engineering, a palace plot transferred onto water, a mother surviving the trap set by her son. According to the story, Agrippina swims or is carried to safety, understands the plot and sends word as if unaware, forcing Nero into panic. Scholars still debate how much of this episode is literal fact and how much has been heightened by ancient narrative taste, but the broad tradition that Nero arranged her death is deeply rooted. The supposed boat plot is revealing even if embellished. It suggests Nero wants Agrippina dead without appearing to have killed her. That distinction matters. He's not yet free from public morality. He wants the result without the stain. Accident would solve what murder would expose, but when accident fails, if it did fail, the logic of secrecy collapses into direct violence. Agrippina is finally killed at her villa, traditionally at Baiae or nearby on the Bay of Naples, a landscape of luxury, warm sea air, volcanic ground, elite retreats, and hidden danger. The setting is almost too fitting. The Roman aristocracy loves the Bay of Naples for pleasure and escape, yet beneath its beauty lies restless earth, steam sulphur, and old fire. There, away from the crowds of Rome, imperial family murder reaches its most intimate point. Soldiers or assassins come. The mother who made the emperor faces the machinery she once used against others. Ancient tradition gives her a final moment of terrible defiance, directing the killers toward the womb that bore Nero. The line is famous, but its authenticity cannot be proven. It may be literary invention shaped to express the moral horror of the act. Yet even if invented, it survives because it captures what Rome believed the murder meant. Nero is not merely killing a political opponent. He is attacking the source of his own life, the body through which his claim entered the world. The symbolism is so powerful that later writers could hardly resist it. After Agrippina's death, official explanations are necessary. Nero claimed she plotted against him, perhaps that she attempted assassination or suicide after discovery. The Senate offers thanks, as senates under emperors often do, when fear and opportunism demand gratitude. Public prayers and formal responses try to turn matricide into state security. This is one of the bleakest rituals of imperial Rome, the transformation of private horror into official relief. If the emperor says he's been saved from conspiracy, institutions echo the statement. The truth is less important than alignment. But Nero cannot entirely escape what he has done. Ancient writers describe him as haunted, sleepless, terrified by memory and conscience. Such descriptions may be moralizing, crafted to show that nature itself punishes the unnatural son. Yet they point toward something plausible. Agrippina's death frees Nero politically, but freedom purchased this way does not create inner peace. It removes the external restraint and leaves the emperor alone with himself. Seneca writes or helps craft justifications. Burrus remains in place for a time. The government continues. But the psychological and political barrier has been broken. The deaths of Britannicus and Agrippina define Nero's passage from managed youth to autonomous ruler. The first removes an alternate heir. The second removes the maker of the emperor. Together they clear the space around him. Yet that clearing is not empty. It fills with flatterers, performers, new favorites, and the expanding desires of a ruler less willing to be corrected. What survives in the record suggests that Nero, after Agrippina, becomes more openly himself, though exactly what that self was remains contested. Hostile sources portray the emergence of vanity, cruelty, sensuality, and theatrical obsession. Modern caution reminds us that senatorial authors had reasons to darken the portrait. But even with caution, the pattern is hard to dismiss as the restraints weaken. Nero's reign changes. Rome has not yet burned. The persecutions have not yet begun. The Golden House has not yet risen over the wounded city. But the essential moral descent has already occurred behind palace doors and along the pleasure coast of Campania. The emperor who began with speeches of mercy now stands in a dynasty stripped of its most immediate rivals by suspicious death. His brother by adoption is gone. His mother is gone. His wife Octavia remains, but increasingly as a symbol without protection. Seneca and Burrus still stand near him, yet their influence no longer feels like command. Nero has learned the lesson that the Julio-Claudian house has been teaching for generations. Blood creates power, and power destroys blood when blood becomes inconvenient. The tragedy is that he learns it not as a warning but as permission. Once Agrippina is dead, Nero steps into a different kind of reign. The change is not as simple as a curtain rising on madness. Rome still has laws, offices, governors, troops, taxes, courts, petitions, and traditions of public display that even an emperor cannot ignore completely. Seneca and Burrus still remain near the centre for a time, and their presence helps preserve some continuity. Yet the emotional structure of the regime has shifted. The most powerful figure who could claim authority over Nero's past has been removed. The mother who could say in effect that she made him no longer stands beside him. The emperor has achieved a terrible independence, and independence in a young ruler with unlimited honour can begin to resemble permission. What emerges most visibly is Nero the performer. This is the part of him that fascinated and disgusted ancient writers, not because Roman elites hated art itself, but because they believed art had a proper social place. Aristocrats could appreciate poetry, music, theatre, and Greek culture. They could host recitations, collect sculpture, sponsor festivals, and praise elegance in controlled settings. But they were not supposed to place themselves publicly among professional entertainers. The stage in Roman moral imagination carried a stain. Actors, singers, dancers, and charioteers could be wildly popular, even adored, but they were also socially degraded. They entertained the crowd with their bodies and voices. They sought applause openly. For a Roman nobleman, and especially for an emperor, that kind of exposure appeared humiliating. To perform was to submit oneself to judgment. Nero does not see it that way, or perhaps he refuses to accept the old boundary. He loves music, singing poetry, lyre-playing, theatrical presence, and the charged silence before applause. He is drawn to Greek artistic culture, where public competition in music and drama carries prestige of a different kind. Rome has long been ambivalent about Greece. It conquers Greek lands, imports Greek teachers, copies, Greek art reads, Greek literature, and then complains that Greek softness is corrupting Roman severity. Nero grows up inside this contradiction. To admire Greek refinement is acceptable. To make the emperor himself into a competing artist is another matter entirely. The distinction may seem small to modern eyes, but in Nero's Rome it is enormous. The emperor's body is political. His voice is political. His public posture is political. When Nero sings, he's not merely enjoying himself. He is altering the image of imperial power. Augustus had carefully presented himself as disciplined, modest, and traditional, even while concentrating supreme authority in his own hands. Tiberius had hidden much of himself behind reserve and suspicion. Claudius had projected learned seriousness despite mockery. Nero begins to make the emperor into a spectacle of personal expression. He does not merely sponsor games, he wants to be seen within them. At first, this impulse can be managed. Private performances, carefully chosen audiences, artistic exercises within elite spaces, these might be tolerated as eccentricity. Many rulers have hobbies, many aristocrats cultivate talents. But Nero's appetite grows toward public recognition. He does not want to play for himself. He wants applause, formal victory, and the validation of crowds. This need is deeply revealing. A man who holds the most powerful office in the world still seeks a different kind of confirmation, one that cannot be extracted by decree in quite the same way. He can order honours from the Senate, but applause has its own intoxicating rhythm, even when everyone knows refusal is dangerous. Ancient writers mock his voice, his training, his discipline, and his vanity. They describe him guarding his throat, observing strict routines, avoiding foods that might damage his singing, and treating artistic preparation with a seriousness they find absurd in a ruler. Some details may be exaggerated for comic effect, but they preserve something plausible. Nero takes performance seriously. He is not simply a drunken amateur stumbling onto a stage. He wants to be recognized as an artist. That makes the matter even more offensive to aristocratic observers. A careless indulgence could be dismissed. A sustained artistic identity threatens the dignity of the imperial role itself. There is a lesser-known strangeness in the public dynamics of Nero's performances. Audiences could not simply leave. The emperor's desire to be admired turns listening into an obligation. Ancient accounts claim that people feigned death or found desperate excuses to escape long recitals. Such stories are likely sharpened by satire, yet they reveal the underlying discomfort. Applause under compulsion is not admiration. It is a ritual of obedience disguised as enthusiasm. The emperor's stage collapses the boundary between art and power. A singer wants praise. A ruler can punish silence. When both exist in one person, the audience becomes trapped inside his need. Nero's fascination with chariot racing carries a similar charge. Charioteers are among the celebrities of the Roman world, followed passionately by factions whose colours stir fierce loyalty. The races are dangerous, fast and spectacular, held in spaces where the mass of the people can roar with a freedom rarely allowed in formal politics. Emperors have long understood the political value of games. Feed the people, entertain them, appear generous, and the city's volatility may be softened. But Nero does not only use spectacle. He enters emotionally into it. He identifies with performers, drivers, musicians, and public competitors in ways that blur status boundaries. For the common people, this may not always seem repulsive. Nero's popularity among parts of the urban crowd appears to have been real, at least for much of his reign. He provides entertainment on a lavish scale. He reduces or remits certain burdens at times. He appears accessible through spectacle. He shares tastes that elite critics despise but ordinary spectators enjoy. The later image of Nero as universally hated from the beginning is too simple. Rome is not one audience. Senators, aristocrats, soldiers, freedmen, slaves, shopkeepers, theatre-goers, and provincial Greeks do not necessarily judge the emperor by the same standards. What horrifies one group may delight another. This division is crucial to understanding Nero's reign. The elite sources that survive are overwhelmingly hostile, and their hostility focuses intensely on violations of aristocratic dignity. To them, Nero's singing is not merely embarrassing, it is a symptom of moral inversion. The emperor should command generals, consult the Senate, protect tradition, and embody Roman gravitas. Instead, he trains like a stage performer, competes for crowns, and surrounds himself with people of lower status who flatter his artistic identity. What survives in the record suggests real behavior behind the outrage, but the outrage itself tells us as much about elite values as about Nero's mind. Nero's public festivals help reveal the broader pattern. He founds or promotes competitions modelled partly on Greek examples, including events that combine music, athletics, and cultural display. In doing so, he pushes Rome toward a more Hellenizing style of imperial spectacle. This is not completely unprecedented. Roman culture has absorbed Greek influence for centuries, but Nero's personal participation changes everything. The emperor is no longer only patron and judge, he becomes contestant. In the Roman hierarchy of honor, that move feels upside down. The man who should stand above competition appears hungry to win it. Winning, of course, becomes complicated when the contestant is emperor. Judges know what is expected. Crowds know what is safe. Rivals know that excellence may be dangerous if it overshadows the wrong man. The spectacle of fair competition becomes shadowed by power. Nero may sincerely believe in his talent, and perhaps he has enough training to perform competently. but sincerity does not erase coercion. When a ruler enters a contest, the contest bends around him. Every crown placed on his head carries the question of whether art has triumphed or fear has merely applauded in rhythm. The story becomes darker because performance feeds Nero's relationship with identity. He's not content to be the heir of Augustus, the son of Agrippina, the adopted son of Claudius, or the ruler guided by Seneca. He wants to be Nero by creation, not inheritance. Art offers him that possibility. Blood gave him power, but performance seems to offer personal glory. On stage, at least in his imagination, he can be admired not because of his lineage, but because of himself. This may explain part of the intensity. The emperor who killed the mother who made him now seeks a form of praise that proves he exists apart from her making. Yet this search for self-expression carries costs. Time, money, attention, and political capital flow into spectacle. Those who flatter Nero's artistic ambitions gain influence. Those who disapprove must hide it carefully. Court culture adapts. The safest people are those who can praise convincingly, endure long performances, and treat imperial eccentricity as genius. This creates a poisonous feedback loop. The more Nero performs, the more he is praised. The more he is praised, the more he believes performance confirms his greatness. The more he believes this, the less tolerable criticism becomes. In such a world, honesty disappears first and judgment soon follows. Seneca and Burrus face a delicate problem. They can restrain certain policies, but can they restrain the emperor's desire to be admired? Political advice is one thing. Telling a ruler that his deepest passion is shameful is another. Burrus, stern and practical, may represent the older discipline Nero increasingly dislikes. Seneca, with his literary brilliance, may understand artistic ambition too well to dismiss it entirely, yet he also understands the danger of public disgrace. The evidence remains incomplete, but the gradual weakening of their influence seems connected to Nero's growing desire to escape all forms of correction. A ruler who wants applause more than advice will eventually prefer flatterers to teachers. The death of Burrus in 62 CE becomes a turning point, though its full consequences belong to the wider collapse ahead. Ancient sources suggest illness, while some rumors accuse Nero of poisoning him. As often in this dynasty, poison enters the story because suspicion has become habitual. Certainty is impossible. What matters is that Burrus's death removes one of the last strong figures associated with early restraint. Seneca soon withdraws or is pushed toward withdrawal, seeking distance from the increasingly dangerous court. Nero's world becomes less disciplined. New men rise, including Tigellinus, whose later reputation is one of cruelty, indulgence, and eager service to the emperor's darker impulses. Whether every charge against him is fair remains debatable, but the shift in tone is unmistakable. Nero's marriage to Octavia also deteriorates under the pressure of desire and image. Octavia is dignified, popular, and politically significant, but Nero wants Poppaea Sabina, a woman remembered for beauty, ambition, and influence. Ancient writers are hostile to Poppaea, as they often are to powerful women near emperors, but her importance is clear. To remove Octavia is not simply to end an unhappy marriage. It is to sever another tie to Claudius Britannicus and the carefully constructed legitimacy of Nero's accession. Octavia's popularity with the people makes the matter dangerous. When she is divorced, exiled, and eventually killed under accusations widely treated as false or forced, Nero again chooses desire and political convenience over dynastic restraint. The reaction to Octavia's fate reveals something Nero cannot fully control. The Roman people may enjoy his games, but they also feel attachment to certain symbols. Octavia, quiet and wronged, becomes one of them. Her suffering stirs public sympathy, perhaps even unrest. Nero's treatment of her damages him in a different register from his performances. Elite disgust at singing can be dismissed as aristocratic snobbery. The destruction of a popular imperial woman touches broader emotions. Rome watches another member of the imperial household disappear, and the pattern becomes harder to ignore. Britannicus, Agrippina, Octavia. Each death removes a person connected to the old legitimacy around Nero. Still, Nero's spectacles continue. He gives the city beauty-noise contests, feasts, and novelty. He cultivates the crowd even as he alienates the Senate. This is one of the contradictions that makes his reign so enduringly difficult to reduce. He is not merely hiding in the palace. He understands mass politics through entertainment. He knows that Rome is a city of eyes and hunger, of public gatherings and emotional release. A ruler who can command spectacle can command attention. The problem is that Nero increasingly confuses attention with love and love with permission. Beyond Rome, provinces observe from a distance. In the Greek East especially, Nero's admiration for Hellenic culture will later bring him a kind of reception, very different from senatorial contempt. His artistic self-presentation may seem less grotesque there, or at least more legible within local traditions of competition and cultural honor. This does not mean the provinces adore him uniformly, nor that his rule is benign. It means that Nero's image is never singular. The monster of Roman elite memory is also in some places the generous patron, the performer emperor, the ruler who understands the prestige of Greek games. History preserves mostly the voices of those who despised him, but traces of other responses remain. Even so, the danger deepens at the center. Nero's desire for spectacle is not harmless eccentricity because it grows inside absolute power. A private artist may fail and recover. A public emperor cannot fail without others pretending success. A singer may crave applause. An emperor can make applause compulsory. A charioteer may risk his body. An emperor risking his dignity risks the state's image with it. And when the ruler becomes more concerned with performance than perception of justice, those around him learn to treat governance itself as another stage on which the emperor must always be crowned. The performer on the throne is therefore more than a colourful scandal. He's a sign that the old restraints are loosening. Nero is remaking imperial identity around appetite artistry, public adoration, and personal liberation from inherited expectations. To some, especially among the crowd, this may feel exciting or generous. To senators, it feels like degradation. To those trapped inside his court, it feels increasingly dangerous. The emperor who once had to be guided into power now demands that power guide the world's response to him, and beneath the applause, Rome itself waits in all its physical vulnerability. The city of stages, circuses, palaces, shrines, markets, brothels, tenements, warehouses, and narrow lanes is not only a backdrop for imperial display. It is a living organism of timber oilcloth, pitch smoke, and crowded human breath. Nero may dream of crowns and songs, but the city beneath him is dense with older dangers. Fire is already part of Rome's daily imagination. It cooks meals, heats baths, lights rooms, powers workshops, and destroys neighborhoods with terrifying speed when wind and chance align. Before long, the spectacle Nero cannot control will not be one he stages for applause. It will rise from the city itself, and it will make every earlier scandal seem like a prelude. Rome beneath Nero is not a clean city of white marble and calm imperial order. That Rome exists in monuments, processions, and official imagination, but the living city is harsher, louder, closer, and more dangerous. It presses upward from the valleys between the hills, in stacked apartments, market stalls, workshops, shrines, bathhouses, taverns, animal pens, warehouses, and streets so narrow that carts scrape stone and pedestrians flatten themselves against walls to avoid being crushed. It smells of bread, oven, sewage, wet wool, smoke, fish sauce, sweat, incense, rot, hot oil, and the sour breath of too many people living too near one another. The palaces on the Palatine may look down on Rome as if from a different world, but the emperor's city is not only marble. It is timber, clay, cloth, straw, wax, lamp, oil, and human impatience. This matters because Nero's rule cannot be understood only through murders and performances. The city itself is a force in the story. Rome is the stage on which imperial power must constantly prove itself, but it is also a problem no emperor can fully solve. By the 1st century, Rome may hold close to 1 million people, though exact numbers remain debated because the evidence is incomplete. Even if the lower estimates are preferred, it is still one of the largest urban concentrations the ancient Mediterranean has ever seen. Its population depends on constant supply from outside itself. Grain must arrive by sea, move through ports, and river systems be stored, distributed, sold, guarded, and baked. Water must flow through aqueducts. Waste must be carried away or simply endured. Fires must be contained. Crowds must be fed, entertained, and watched. A failure in any one system can become political. The wealthy experience this city differently from the poor. Senators and equestrians may retreat to spacious houses with courtyards, gardens, painted rooms, private baths, and slaves enough to make discomfort disappear. They move through networks of patronage dinners, litigation, property, and ceremony. But many ordinary residents live in insular multi-story apartment blocks, built for rent and profit, often with shops on the ground floor and cramped rooms above. These structures can be tall, cheaply built, badly maintained, and terrifyingly vulnerable. The poorest live highest, where water is hardest to carry. Escape is hardest in a fire, and collapse is most deadly. Rome's skyline is not only temple roofs and triumphal monuments. It is also crowded upper stories leaning over streets that do not forgive mistakes. Fire is an everyday fear. Open flames are everywhere because ancient cities run on them. Lamps burn in rooms. Braziers warm bodies. Ovens bake bread. Furnaces serve workshops. Temples burn offerings. Kitchens operate in tight quarters. Merchants store flammable goods. Oilwood fabric, papyrus rope, and pitch are ordinary materials of urban life. In the dry heat of summer, with wind moving through narrow streets, a single accident can turn into a neighborhood disaster. Rome has firefighting forces, including the vigils established earlier under Augustus, and they patrol respond police at night and deal with lesser emergencies. But no system can fully tame a city built so densely with so much combustible material. What survives in the record suggests repeated fires before Nero's reign, some severe enough to remain in civic memory. The Great Fire of 64 will become legendary, but it does not come to a city unfamiliar with burning. Flooding is another threat. The Tiber is a lifeline and a danger bringing goods from the port system, but also rising into low-lying districts. When floods come, they damage homes, contaminate spaces, disrupt trade, and leave disease in their wake. The city lives with water and fire as twin hazards, one swelling from below the other, leaping from within. Add to this the pressure of disease in crowded quarters, the instability of cheap construction, and the constant churn of migrants, slaves, freedmen, soldiers, merchants, petitioners, and visitors, and Rome appears less like an orderly capital than a living engine always close to overheating. Nero inherits this urban organism while trying to cultivate spectacle and personal glory. His reign gives people games, performances, distributions, and visual drama, but the needs of Rome are more basic than beauty. Grain must not fail. Public order must not collapse. Fire must not devour too much. Rents must be paid. Crowds must be managed. The emperor's popularity among the urban masses depends partly on entertainment, but also on the perception that he understands the city's hunger and vulnerability. The common people may not share senatorial outrage at Nero's singing, yet they still judge him by whether life becomes more bearable, more exciting, or more dangerous under his rule. There's a striking contrast between elite disgust and popular dependence. A senator might look at Nero on stage and see the degradation of a Roman authority. A poor resident might see an emperor who provides games, prizes, public pleasures, and moments when the vast, unequal city feels gathered into shared excitement. This does not mean the crowd is naive or endlessly loyal. Crowds in Rome can turn quickly when grain is scarce, rumors spread, or beloved figures suffer. But their political language is different from the Senate's. The Senate speaks of dignity, tradition, and honor. The people speak through applause. Unrest demands mourning, and the emotional weather of public gatherings. Nero pays attention to that weather perhaps more than many aristocrats want to admit. The city's social world is also far more varied than the neat categories of imperial propaganda. Rome contains citizens with ancient names and immigrants with foreign accents, enslaved laborers from across the empire, freedmen building businesses, Greeks teaching rhetoric, Jews maintaining communities and religious traditions, Syrians, Egyptians, Gauls, Spaniards, Africans, soldiers on leave, sailors from grain fleets, prostitutes, moneylenders, physicians, astrologers, actors, philosophers, fortune-tellers, priests and beggars. Languages mix in the streets, cults and rituals overlap. A person can walk from a traditional Roman shrine to an Egyptian cult space, from a respectable household atrium to a tavern where dice, sex, debt, and politics tangle after dark. The emperor's image may be stamped on coins, but the city belongs to countless small negotiations of survival. This complexity is important when later memory turns Nero's Rome into a simple morality tale. A wicked emperor, a burning city, a persecuted community, a golden palace rising from ashes. The outline is powerful, but Rome itself is never simple. The city contains old aristocratic houses and collapsing rental blocks, sacred processions and street violence, philosophical salons and slave markets, legal speeches and whispered curses. Nero's decisions matter enormously, yet they move through a place already strained by inequality, density, and hazard. No single explanation fully accounts for what Rome becomes in these years, because imperial behavior, urban conditions, class resentment, religious suspicion and disaster all converge. The lower city knows the emperor indirectly. His face appears on coins. His name is shouted at games. His orders affect taxes, trials, building projects, and public benefits. Rumors of palace murders filter down in distorted forms, but so do stories of generosity, spectacle, and scandal. Nero's performances may amuse some and disturb others. His treatment of Octavia, whose image as wronged wife appears to have touched popular feeling, reveals that the crowd can form attachments independent of official messaging. When Octavia is cast aside for Poppaea and later killed, the people do not simply accept the palace explanation without emotion. What survives in the record suggests unrest, or at least visible grief. Rome can be entertained, but it cannot always be commanded to feel as the emperor wishes. That is a problem for Nero because his rule increasingly depends on controlling appearances. He wants to be loved as artist, admired as benefactor, obeyed as emperor, and freed from the judgment of the old aristocratic world. But Rome has too many eyes. Every act generates rumor. Every rumor finds a path through bathhouses, markets, workshops, doorways, and dining rooms. A slave hears something in one household and carries it to another. A baker hears a guard speak. A customer repeats a story in a tavern. A woman buying oil hears that a senator has fallen. A sailor brings news from Ostia. The city is an enormous instrument for spreading uncertainty. Imperial power can punish speech, but it cannot prevent people from listening. The physical form of Rome deepens that uncertainty. Its streets are irregular, inherited from centuries of growth, rather than designed as a single rational plan. Some areas are monumental, especially around forums, temples, and public buildings. Others are packed with wooden balconies overhanging floors, storage rooms, and alleys that twist through dense neighborhoods. Wealth and poverty sit near each other in ways that surprise modern imagination. A grand house may not be far from a cramped block. A sacred site may stand near a commercial crush. The emperor's rebuilding ambitions after the fire will later exploit this contrast, but before the fire, the city is already a maze of old construction, sacred memory, private property, and practical danger. In such a city, fire is not merely accident. It is a political event waiting for ignition. When a fire breaks out, questions follow almost immediately. Who failed to stop it? Which district burned? Who benefits from rebuilding? Were warehouses lost? Were temples damaged? Were the poor displaced? Did looters appear? Did authorities respond quickly? Did the emperor help or hide? Disaster in Rome does not remain natural for long, even when it begins naturally. It becomes rumor, accusation, and interpretation. The greater the destruction, the greater the need for blame. Nero's personal image before 64 makes this especially dangerous. By then he is no longer merely the promising youth guided by Seneca and Burrus. Burrus is gone. Seneca's influence has faded. Agrippina Britannicus and Octavia are dead. Poppaea stands closer to Nero. Tigellinus and others associated with harsher court politics gain prominence. Nero's artistic ambitions have become more public and more offensive to the elite. His desire for spectacle is well known. His taste for lavishness is increasingly visible. When a ruler already seen by many aristocrats as self-indulgent presides over a catastrophic fire, suspicion finds ready fuel, and yet it would be too simple to imagine all of Rome waiting to condemn him. Many ordinary people may still have reasons to value Nero. He understands crowd politics, he gives entertainments, he spends. He appears in ways that connect emotionally with the city's public life. The evidence remains uneven, filtered through hostile later voices, but it suggests a ruler whose popularity is uneven rather than non-existent. This makes the coming disaster more unstable. If everyone already hated him, blame would be easy to explain. Instead, Nero's Rome is divided elite contempt, popular fascination, genuine fear, practical dependence, and the everyday indifference of people too busy surviving to judge emperors until emperors disturb their lives directly. The city's religious and cultural tensions also matter. Rome is full of God's rights and sacred obligations. Public disaster can be read as divine displeasure. Fires that consume temples or ancestral sites are not merely property damage. They disturb the relationship between city and gods. Rome's authorities respond to disasters with rituals, consultations, sacrifices, and acts of expiation, because religion and politics are inseparable. When the Great Fire comes, it will not only destroy buildings, it will raise the question of whether Rome's sacred order has been violated and who must answer for it. Among the many communities in this vast city are small groups following new or foreign religious identities, including early Christians, still difficult to distinguish in some Roman eyes from the broader Jewish world from which the movement emerged. Their numbers in Rome at this point are uncertain, and the evidence remains incomplete. They're not yet a public institution, not yet the dominant faith of emperors, not yet builders of basilicas. They are obscure, vulnerable, and strange to outsiders. Later, this obscurity will matter because groups on the margins can become useful when disaster demands explanation. But before blame, before persecution, before the myths of fiddles and burning rooftops, there is Rome itself at night. Imagine the city in summer heat stored in stone, cooking smoke trapped in lanes, the dark broken by oil lamps and torches, dogs moving through refuse guards listening for trouble, workers sleeping above shops, taverns still alive, the wealthy reclining in cooler rooms, the poor lying close under thin roofs. In countless corners small flames remain useful and ordinary. A lamp near cloth, an oven not fully watched, a warehouse stacked with goods, a breeze, a spark. Most nights nothing extraordinary happens. The city survives its own danger because survival is often luck repeated so many times that people mistake it for order. Nero's palace looks down on this world, but it cannot master it. No emperor can watch every alley. No guard can stand beside every lamp. No decree can make timber non-flammable or poverty spacious. Rome is too old, too crowded, too alive. Its beauty and danger come from the same density. The city that gives emperors glory also contains the power to expose their limits. Nero can command musicians, senators, soldiers, and builders. He can remove rivals and arrange applause. But he cannot command windflame panic or rumour once they begin moving together. The tragedy approaching is therefore not born from one man alone, even if one man's reputation will be forever fused with it. It rises from a city built to burn a ruler built to be suspected, and a political culture that turns disaster into accusation. The marble Rome of imperial imagination stands above a more fragile Rome of wood as hunger. Beneath Nero's performances, beneath the ceremonies and crimes of the palace, the capital waits in its crowded heat. The great fire has not yet started, but almost everything it needs is already present. The fire begins where Rome is most vulnerable, among shops, goods, heat, and movement. Ancient accounts place its first great outbreak near the Circus Maximus, in the crowded commercial spaces between the Palatine and Caelian hills, where stalls and storage areas lie close to one of the largest public entertainment structures in the city. It is a place made for noise bodies, animals, trade, and spectacle, not for safety. The circus itself is an enormous valley of excitement, but around it cluster the ordinary materials of urban danger: timber frames, awnings, carts, oilcloth, dry goods, cooking fires, and cramped structures pressed into profitable use. In the summer of 64 CE, during the hot nights of July, a flame that might once have been local finds a city ready to carry it. The exact first spark is lost. No surviving witness gives a clean origin that modern historians can verify. It may have begun by accident, as most urban fires do. It may have started in a shop, a kitchen, a storage area, or some overlooked corner where flame met fuel before anyone understood the scale of what was happening. Ancient writers later report rumours of men preventing firefighting or spreading flames under orders. But those claims emerge in an atmosphere already poisoned by suspicion. The evidence remains incomplete. What can be said with more confidence is that Rome's physical condition made disaster terrifyingly plausible without conspiracy. The city was dry, dense, flammable, and windy enough to transform accident into catastrophe. At first there must have been the ordinary disbelief that accompanies disaster in its first minutes. A shout, smoke lifting behind a line of roofs, someone running with a bucket, someone else pulling goods into the street more afraid of losing property than of losing the district, animals panicking before people fully grasp the danger. Then the sound changes. Fire in a crowded ancient city does not remain a neat contained flame. It climbs. It moves through wood-cloth shutters, balconies, shop fronts, and storage rooms. It finds oil and pitch. It leaps across narrow lanes where upper stories almost meet. It uses the city's own closeness as a bridge. By the time many people see it clearly, it is no longer a household emergency. It is a force. Rome has faced fires before, but this one spreads with extraordinary violence. The wind drives it through low-lying, irregular neighborhoods. Streets that serve daily commerce become channels for heat and panic. People flee with what they can carry, then abandon what they cannot. Some try to rescue money, household gods, documents, tools, children, elderly relatives, caged birds, bedding, bread, and clothing. Some fail because smoke reaches them before flame does. Others are trapped by collapsing stairs in apartment blocks where the poorest live highest, and escape depends on narrow wooden routes. The wealthy may have slaves to carry goods and open paths, but wealth does not make fire respectful. It devours noble and poor structures alike when conditions favor it. The vigils Rome's night watch and firefighting force face a disaster beyond ordinary capacity. Their tools are basic by modern standards: buckets, hooks, axes, pumps of limited reach, blankets, ladders, and the brutal method of demolishing structures to create fire breaks. In a smaller blaze, such measures can work. In a citywide inferno driven by wind and fed by dense construction, they are desperate gestures against an enemy that multiplies faster than command can follow. To stop the firemen may need to tear down houses not yet burning, an act guaranteed to create rage among owners who cannot know whether destruction is rescue or theft. In the confusion, firefighting itself can look like violence. This confusion helps explain why rumors arise almost immediately. Ancient accounts say that some people prevented others from putting out flames, claiming they had authority, or that men threw firebrands into buildings. Were these organized agents, looters panicked, residents, firefighters creating breaks, criminals exploiting chaos, political rumor transforming confusion into plot? Scholars still debate the matter, and no single explanation fully accounts for every report. In a city burning at night with smoke blinding streets and fear distorting perception, almost any action can be misread. A man breaking a wall might be saving a district or robbing a house. A man carrying a torch might be searching for a family or spreading fire. Disaster creates evidence, but not always clarity. The fire's speed turns Rome's familiar geography into a nightmare. The places people used to orient themselves begin to vanish behind smoke. Streets become impossible. Landmarks disappear. Heat pushes crowds in one direction then another. Some flee toward open spaces, thinking plazas, fields, and large public areas will save them. Others run uphill, hoping height means safety. Many would have moved toward tomb-lined roads outside the city gardens, temples, or any space where flame could not easily follow. The city becomes a map of instinct rather than law. Social rank collapses in the crush. A senator's household and a laborer's family can be driven by the same wall of heat, though not with the same resources for survival afterward. Temples and shrines burn. This is not merely architectural loss. To Romans, sacred places hold memory, divine relationship, and the visible continuity of the city's life. When old sanctuaries disappear, something more than property is consumed. The fire attacks Rome's past. Ancient writers emphasize the destruction of venerable sites, including places associated with deep layers of Roman tradition. Exact inventories vary, and some details may be shaped by later memory, but the symbolic point is clear: the fire does not only wound the living city, it reaches backward into ancestral time. A people who define themselves through continuity watch continuity turn to ash. Nero is not in Rome when the fire begins according to the main ancient accounts. He's at Antium, his birthplace on the coast. This detail matters because later legend will place him theatrically above the flames, singing as the city burns, but the earlier serious reconstruction must begin with absence. When news reaches him, he returns to the capital. How quickly he returns, how effectively he responds, and how the public perceives that response become central questions in the aftermath. The record suggests that he did take practical measures, opening spaces for refugees, arranging food supplies, and trying to relieve immediate suffering. Yet in Roman politics, action does not always defeat suspicion. Especially when the ruler already seems capable of excess, people may interpret even relief through distrust. For those inside the fire, however, the emperor's motives are distant at first. Immediate survival dominates. A mother searches for a child. A shopkeeper watches a lifetime of tools vanish. Slaves decide whether to obey flea rescue or steal. Guards shout orders that no one hears. The old are carried if someone has strength enough. The sick are left if no one does. Wealthy households send lines of slaves with chests and statues, while poorer families clutch whatever can fit into two hands. Dogs, horses, mules, and livestock add to the terror. In narrow lanes, smoke may kill faster than flame. Roof tiles crack, beams collapse, walls heated as weakened fall, without warning into streets already crowded with bodies. The fire burns for days. Ancient accounts describe an initial blaze lasting 6 days before being checked only for a second outbreak to follow and extend the destruction. The precise sequence is difficult to reconstruct, but the scale is beyond dispute. Large portions of the city are devastated. Some of Rome's 14 administrative regions are destroyed entirely or severely damaged. Others survive with varying degrees of injury. Even if later writers shape the numbers for dramatic clarity, the catastrophe is one of the greatest urban disasters in Roman history. It leaves thousands homeless, disrupts religious and economic life, and creates a wound in the city's physical and emotional landscape. The second outbreak is especially politically dangerous because it begins according to hostile accounts on property associated with Tigellinus, or in an area that makes suspicion easier. Again, the evidence is uncertain. Fires can reignite naturally from hidden embers, especially amid ruins full of heat wind and combustible remains. But after days of destruction, people are no longer prepared to accept accident. They are exhausted, dispossessed, grieving, and angry. When flames return, rumor hardens. Someone must be responsible. The city that has lost homes and temples now begins searching for intention inside disaster. Nero's relief efforts appear substantial enough that even hostile sources cannot entirely erase them. He reportedly opens the Field of Mars public buildings and perhaps his own gardens to displaced residents. Temporary shelters are arranged. Grain prices are reduced or supplies brought in to prevent famine and profiteering. These measures are practical and politically necessary. A capital full of homeless, hungry citizens is dangerous, yet they may also reflect genuine urgency. It would be too easy to assume every imperial action is cynical. Nero has every reason to prevent the city from collapsing further, and the suffering is too vast to ignore. Still, relief cannot restore what is gone. Imagine the morning after the worst walls of flame have passed, smoke hanging low over blackened districts, cracked columns standing without roofs, household shrines buried under ash bodies discovered in corners where escape-failed merchants searching for melted metal families, marking the place where an apartment block stood, priests wondering how to replace sacred objects, officials trying to count losses. No list can fully contain. Rome is not silent after the fire. It is filled with coughing, hammering, crying, argument, prayer, and the scraping of debris. But the city's sound is changed. It is the sound of survival after violation. Nero now faces the most dangerous political problem of his life. A great fire in Rome might have ruined any emperor's reputation, but for Nero it lands on ground already prepared by distrust. He is known for spectacle, lavish imagination, and a taste for grand, artistic identity. He has removed family rivals. He's alienated the Senate. He has treated old aristocratic norms with open contempt. He has already seemed to many elites like a ruler who prefers beauty performance and personal desire to sober Roman duty. When such a man presides over a disaster that clears enormous space in the heart of the city, suspicion almost rights itself. The most damaging rumor is not simply that Nero failed to stop the fire. It is that he wanted Rome burned so he could rebuild it according to his own vision. This accusation is easy to understand psychologically, even if difficult to prove. Disaster creates opportunity. Narrow lanes can become broader streets. Chaotic neighborhoods can become planned spaces. Private losses can make room for imperial projects. Later, Nero's Domus Aurea, the Golden House, will rise in a way that makes many Romans believe the fire served his dreams too conveniently. But at the moment of the blaze itself, the accusation remains rumor, fed by anger and by Nero's character in the public imagination. The famous image of Nero singing while Rome burns belongs to this atmosphere of suspicion. The musical instrument is often imagined as a fiddle, though the violin does not exist in Nero's world. Ancient versions speak rather of him performing a song about the fall of Troy, using mythic destruction as a mirror for Rome's suffering. Whether this happened is deeply uncertain. It may be hostile invention, a symbolic accusation rather than a literal event. But the story survives because it captures a truth people believed about Nero, that he experiences catastrophe aesthetically, that he turns destruction into performance, that he cannot see Rome's agony, except as material for his own dramatic self-image. The fire, therefore, becomes more than a physical disaster. It becomes the central mythic crisis of Nero's reign. Before it, his crimes and scandals are severe but still largely dynastic or moral. After it, he is fused to the suffering of the city itself. Rome's burned neighborhoods become evidence in a trial that history will never close. Did he cause it? Did he merely fail to prevent it? Did he respond with energy but lose the battle for public trust? Did elite hatred transform a real catastrophe into a legend of monstrous guilt? Scholars still debate these questions because the sources are late hostile literary and politically loaded. What survives in the record suggests both practical relief and deep suspicion, both real destruction and later exaggeration. For the people standing amid ash, such distinctions may have mattered less than shelter bread and the loss of everything familiar. Their Rome has changed in days. Streets known since childhood are gone. Neighborhood gods are gone. Shops, tools, rents, records, and bodies are gone. Fire has made refugees inside the capital of the world. The empire still stretches across continents. Legions still guard frontiers. Governors still issue orders in distant provinces. But at the center, the city has discovered its own fragility. The power that conquers others cannot protect itself from flame moving through wood. Nero returns to a city that needs rebuilding and an audience that needs explanation. He can provide relief. He can plan new streets. He can regulate construction. He can stage rituals of atonement. He can punish alleged culprits. But he cannot undo the image forming in the minds of those who already fear and despise him, the performer emperor standing above a burning Rome, whether in fact or imagination, turning the greatest disaster of his reign into the darkest stage of all. The story that Nero fiddled while Rome burned is one of the most durable accusations ever attached to a ruler, and also one of the most misleading in its familiar form. There was no fiddle in Nero's Rome. The violin belongs to a much later world. If Nero performed anything, the ancient imagination places in his hands a lyre or cithara, instruments associated with cultivated song and Greek artistic tradition. Yet correcting the instrument does not dissolve the legend, because the legend has never really depended on musical accuracy. It survives because it offers a perfect image of moral failure, a ruler turning catastrophe into art while his people lose their homes below him. The problem is that history rarely gives such perfect images without complication. Ancient accounts do not all say exactly the same thing, and the writers who shape Nero's memory are not neutral observers. Tacitus, Suetonius, and Cassius Dio write with varying distances from the events and with strong moral frameworks. Tacitus, the most careful and politically subtle of them, admits that rumours circulated accusing Nero of ordering the fire, but he does not present the accusation as proven fact. He also records Nero's relief measures even while emphasizing that suspicion persisted. Suetonius and Dio are more openly hostile and more willing to present vivid scenes of imperial depravity. What survives in the record suggests a ruler whose reputation made accusation believable, not a case in which the evidence cleanly proves that Nero burned Rome by command. This distinction matters. Nero does not need to have started the fire to become inseparable from it. In politics, and especially in imperial politics, perception can become historical reality more powerful than fact. A disaster strikes a city already primed to distrust him. He is known for artistic obsession. He has alienated elite opinion. He has killed or been blamed for the deaths of Britannicus, Agrippina, and Octavia. He has surrounded himself increasingly with men seen as flatterers, informers, and enablers. He loves spectacle, grand design, and theatrical identity. When the city burns, people do not interpret the event in a vacuum. They interpret it through the Nero they think they know. The rumour that he sang of Troy while Rome burned is especially revealing. Troy is not a random subject. In Roman myth, Troy is the ancestral disaster out of which Rome's destiny eventually emerges. Aeneas flees the burning city and carries the future westward. For a Roman emperor to sing of Troy during Rome's own destruction would not merely be insensitive, it would suggest that he imagines himself inside epic catastrophe, turning civic suffering into mythic performance. Whether Nero actually did this is uncertain, and scholars still debate the reliability of the report. But as a symbolic accusation, it is devastating. It says Nero sees himself not as protector of Rome, but as artist of its ruin. There is also the question of where Nero was. The stronger tradition places him at Antium when the fire begins and returning after news arrives. This weakens the simplest version of the accusation, but it does not eliminate suspicion. A ruler could order something from a distance, or so his enemies could claim. Yet the logistics of deliberately setting such a fire are not simple. Rome's blaze spreads in ways consistent with urban vulnerability, wind, and flammable density. Large fires in pre-modern cities often appear almost purposeful, because they move with terrifying speed through conditions humans have built without fully controlling. To people who suffer them, accident feels inadequate. The scale itself demands intention. That demand for intention becomes a political force. After the fire, Nero takes measures that could be read in two opposite ways. He opens areas for refugees, secures food supplies, reduces the price of grain, and organizes relief. These actions suggest responsibility and urgency. But he also begins planning a transformed city, and soon enough, an imperial residence of astonishing scale and luxury. To supporters, rebuilding proves administrative vision. To enemies, it proves motive. The same action can condemn or defend him depending on the story already believed. Nero's rebuilding regulations after the fire appear practical and even forward-looking. Streets are to be wider, buildings are to have height limits or safer forms, party walls and fire-resistant materials are encouraged. Porticos and open spaces may help prevent future spread. Water access is improved or protected. In a strictly urban planning sense, disaster gives Rome a chance to correct dangers long embedded in its physical structure. No responsible ruler could simply rebuild the same fire trap without adjustment, yet even wise planning can look sinister when it follows mass displacement. The poor who lose homes may not care that future streets are safer if their own lives have been uprooted. The elite who lose property may not admire regulations that limit their old freedom. And everyone can see that imperial power now has room to imagine on a larger scale. This is where the Golden House begins to enter the rumour before it fully enters the landscape. Nero's Domus Aurea will later stretch across areas opened by the fire-linking palace gardens, artificial lake dining spaces, art and spectacle, into one of the most extravagant residences Rome has ever seen. The project belongs more fully to the next movement of the story, but its shadow falls backward onto the fire itself. Once people see what Nero builds, they reinterpret what burned. If a palace rises when neighborhoods vanished, suspicion becomes almost inevitable. It is not proof of arson, but it is powerful evidence in the court of public memory. Nero tries to answer the religious dimension of the disaster as well. Rome does not treat catastrophe as merely physical. Fires that destroy temples and ancient shrines imply a disturbance in the relationship between city and gods. Ritual response is necessary. Expiations, consultations, ceremonies, and offerings seek to restore divine order. Nero participates in this framework because any emperor must. Yet ritual cannot fully quiet rumor when human blame seems more satisfying. The gods may be appeased, but the people still ask who allowed this, who benefited, and why the flames seem to move with such unstoppable appetite. The accusation that men were seen spreading flames under orders is difficult to judge. In a burning city, many kinds of behavior can be mistaken for arson. Firefighters may demolish buildings, looters may use torches, residents may light paths through smoke. Officials may create breaks by force. Panic can make ordinary actions appear monstrous. At the same time, large disasters often attract opportunist thieves and violent men who exploit confusion. It is possible that some individuals did spread fire, but whether they acted under Nero's command is another question entirely. The evidence remains incomplete, and the ancient sources do not provide the kind of independent detail that would settle the matter. What is clear is that Nero loses control of the narrative. That may be his greatest failure in the aftermath. He can command rebuilding, he can command relief, he can command ceremonies, but he cannot command trust. Trust is not created by decree, and Nero has spent years eroding it among those whose writings become history. Even if many ordinary people receive food and shelter through his policies, elite suspicion remains fierce. Even if he did not order the fire, his character as perceived by influential Romans makes innocence feel implausible to them. A ruler's past becomes evidence against him in every future crisis. The legend of Nero and the fire also reveals how moral memory works. People prefer images to administrative details. The fact that Nero may have opened public spaces to refugees is harder to remember than the image of an emperor singing above flames. Grain measures, building codes, and emergency shelters do not travel through centuries with the same force as a ruler with an instrument in hand while a capital burns. The more symbolic story survives because it reduces complexity to a picture. It tells later generations what kind of man Nero was supposed to be. But the historian's task is not simply to accept the picture. It is to ask why the picture became believable. Nero's reputation before 64 gives the answer. He has already crossed lines of family violence. He has already made performance central to imperial identity. He has already offended the Senate's sense of dignity. He has already shown that he can discard those whose existence limits him. In that context, the claim that he could look at burning Rome and think of artistic drama does not seem absurd to his enemies. Whether true or not, it fits the character they have constructed from his actions. There may also be a deeper psychological truth in the story, even if the literal scene is false. Nero does seem drawn to the transformation of reality into spectacle. His performances, games, building projects, and artistic competitions suggest a man who wants life arranged around display. The fire, by destroying so much of old Rome, creates the ultimate stage for reconstruction. Nero's imagination moves quickly toward visual grandeur. The danger is that a ruler with aesthetic dreams can become indifferent to the human cost of making space for them. He does not need to strike the match himself to seem morally guilty if he treats devastation as opportunity too eagerly. Still, the evidence does not allow a simple verdict of arson. Modern historians generally remain cautious. Rome was highly flammable. Major fires are common in ancient cities. Nero was reportedly away when the blaze began. His relief actions were real enough to be recorded even by hostile tradition. The accusation may have grown because the rebuilding and the Golden House made people believe they had found a motive after the fact. No single explanation fully accounts for every element: the physical conditions, the rumors of arsonists, Nero's relief work, elite hatred, popular suffering, and the later palace project all overlap. The fire is both event and interpretation. For Nero, interpretation becomes deadly in a different way. If people suspect the emperor must redirect suspicion. A ruler cannot allow blame to gather indefinitely around his own name. Relief helps but does not erase anger. Ritual helps but does not silence gossip. Rebuilding helps but may deepen resentment. What Nero needs is a culprit separate enough to absorb rage, vulnerable enough to punish, and strange enough that accusations will seem plausible to many. In a vast, frightened city full of religious anxiety, social prejudice, and grief, such a group can be found. This is the dark turn after the fire. The disaster that begins with urban conditions and political suspicion moves toward human sacrifice in another form: scapegoating. Rome has always known how to punish publicly. Crucifixion, burning, exposure to beasts, and theatrical execution are not hidden practices. They are displays of state power over bodies deemed criminal, servile, foreign, rebellious, or impious. When Nero turns against Christians, as later tradition records, and Tacitus powerfully describes, the punishments become part of the same world of spectacle that defines his reign. The emperor who loves performance presides over suffering staged as punishment. Before that persecution fully enters view, the burning myth hardens. Nero may protest through action, but the image has escaped him. In the minds of hostile Romans, he is no longer merely an eccentric artist or a dangerous son. He becomes the emperor who stood apart from Rome's pain. The truth may be more complicated, but memory often chooses the version that best expresses moral outrage. Nero with the lyre, Nero singing of Troy, Nero watching flames, Nero clearing space for his dreams. These images fuse until they're almost impossible to separate, and so the fire creates a second Rome, not the rebuilt streets of stone and regulation, but the Rome of accusation, where every ash-covered wall points toward the emperor's soul. In that Rome, Nero is already condemned. Whether he ordered the fire matters less to the legend than whether people believe he was capable of seeing beauty in destruction. The next victims will be those who stand far below him in power, people whose names mostly do not survive, people whose small and suspect community will be dragged into the light, because a wounded city needs someone to blame, and an emperor with a ruined reputation needs the flames to point away from himself. The people Nero turns upon after the fire are not yet the vast organized Christian civilization later centuries will know. They do not have basilicas rising above Roman streets, councils defining doctrine under imperial sponsorship, or bishops moving openly through the machinery of state. In Nero's time, Christians are a small, vulnerable, poorly understood community inside a city already crowded with unfamiliar cults, ethnic groups, philosophies, and imported gods. To many Roman eyes, they are obscure, socially suspect, and difficult to place. They emerge from the Jewish world, but they are not simply identical with the older Jewish communities of Rome. Their beliefs, gatherings, and refusal to honor certain public religious expectations make them strange enough to be noticed and powerless enough to be punished. This is one of the reasons the aftermath of the Great Fire becomes so dark. A catastrophe has wounded Rome at every level: homes, shops, temples, streets, memories, pride. Nero's relief measures have not removed suspicion. Ritual offerings have not silenced rumor. The rebuilding of the city, necessary as it is, creates new resentment. The emperor's name remains too close to the flames. In such a climate, blame becomes a political need. It does not have to explain everything rationally. It has to move anger away from the throne. The Christians, marginal and mistrusted, become useful. The main ancient account that connects Nero to the persecution of Christians comes from Tacitus, writing decades later. He is no friend of Christians. His tone toward them is hostile, even contemptuous. That makes his testimony complicated but important. He does not write as a Christian martyr storyteller trying to glorify the victims. He writes as a Roman aristocrat who dislikes both Nero and the strange religious group Nero punishes. In his account, Nero, seeking to suppress rumors that he himself ordered the fire, fastens guilt upon Christians and subjects them to horrific public deaths. The passage is one of the earliest non-Christian references to the movement, and it has shaped nearly every later understanding of Nero's place in Christian memory. Yet caution still matters. The evidence remains incomplete. Tacitus writes after the events with access to information we cannot fully reconstruct, and with his own moral and political agenda. Later, Christian tradition expands Nero's role, associating him with the martyrdoms of Peter and Paul and turning him into the first great imperial persecutor. Some of those traditions may preserve real memories. Others are shaped by theology, community identity, and the need to place suffering within sacred history. Scholars still debate details: how large the persecution was, whether it was confined mostly to Rome, whether it was an official legal category, or a more specific punitive action after the fire, and how directly later martyr stories can be tied to the year 64. What survives with greatest force is not a complete administrative record, but a memory of targeted cruelty. To understand why Christians could be blamed, it is necessary to enter the Roman religious imagination without smoothing away its harshness. Rome is generally capable of absorbing foreign cults if they can be placed within public order. New gods can be honored. Old gods from conquered peoples can find space. Mystery cults, household rituals, ancestral worship, imperial cult, philosophical piety, and local practices all coexist uneasily, but often pragmatically. The Roman state is less concerned with private belief in the modern sense than with visible loyalty, ritual participation, and the maintenance of proper relations between humans, gods, and the community. Refusal can look dangerous. Secrecy can look criminal. Exclusive devotion to one god can appear antisocial if it rejects the rituals that bind civic life. Christians are vulnerable because they are perceived as rejecting too much. They do not offer sacrifice to the Roman gods. They gather in ways outsiders may find secretive. They speak of a crucified figure as Lord, a term that can carry political unease in a world ruled by Caesar. They share meals and kinship language across ordinary social boundaries. They expect a divine kingdom not identical with Rome's order. To those inside the movement, these practices express faith, hope, and a transformed community. To suspicious outsiders, they can look like hatred of the human race, a phrase preserved in hostile Roman language not as a neutral description, but as an accusation of social alienation. In the aftermath of a citywide disaster, such alienation becomes dangerous. Rumor does the rest. Outsider accusations against early Christians in various periods include secret crimes, impiety, immoral gatherings, and hostility to society. Many of these charges are baseless, distorted, or born from misunderstanding. But rumor does not require fairness to become politically useful. A frightened population looking for culprits can be persuaded that people who refuse common rituals must also refuse common humanity. If the gods are angry, perhaps those who insult the gods are to blame. If the city burns, perhaps those who speak of the world's judgment welcome the flames. No single explanation fully accounts for the scapegoating, but social suspicion, religious difference, and Nero's need for diversion all converge. The punishments described are deliberately theatrical. Christians are covered in animal skins and torn by dogs. They are crucified. They are burned alive to illuminate Nero's gardens at night. The details are so horrific that even Tacitus, hostile to Christians, suggests that pity arose because the victims seemed to be sacrificed not for public good, but for one man's cruelty. This is a crucial point. The persecution may have been intended to redirect blame, but its excess risks revealing the brutality of the regime rather than concealing it. Punishment becomes spectacle, and spectacle becomes accusation. Here, Nero's personality and political style darken the episode further. Public execution in Rome is already theatrical long before Nero. The state uses bodies to communicate power. Criminals, rebels, enslaved people and enemies can be made into warnings through pain displayed before crowds. But under Nero, the line between punishment and performance feels especially thin. The emperor who loves staged experience now presides over human beings turned into nightmarish props. Whether he personally devised every detail is impossible to prove, yet the association fits so strongly with his reputation that later memory fuses the persecution with his broader appetite for spectacle. There is also the unsettling fact that the victims are mostly nameless. Later, Christian tradition gives names to some central martyrs, above all Peter and Paul, though the exact circumstances and dates of their deaths remain debated. But the majority of those killed after the fire vanish from the record as individuals. They survive as a group, as bodies in a Roman aristocrat's sentence, as shadows in the gardens of an emperor. They may have been slaves, freed people, artisans, migrants, women, men, perhaps even some of modest means or mixed background. Early Christian communities often cut across social lines in ways that unsettled conventional hierarchy. But history does not preserve their faces. The empire that kills them also erases their names. This namelessness makes the episode more haunting. Nero's other victims in the palace often belong to the imperial family or aristocracy, Britannicus, Agrippina, Octavia senators caught in conspiracies. Their names survive because rank protects memory even when it cannot protect life. The Christians punished after the fire mostly come from far below that level of visibility. Their deaths show how imperial crisis descends onto the powerless. When the emperor's reputation is threatened, it is not the strongest who are seized first, but those easiest to accuse and least able to answer. For Rome at large, the persecution may have served several purposes at once. It offered culprits. It displayed imperial control after days of helplessness before the fire. It framed the disaster in moral and religious terms. It warned marginal groups that difference could become deadly, and it gave Nero a public drama in which he appeared not as suspect but as avenger. Yet according to Tacitus, the cruelty backfired, at least among some observers. The victims' suffering seemed disproportionate. People who may have despised Christians could still recognize that they were being used. Roman pity was not necessarily approval of Christianity. It could be disgust at Nero. This distinction matters because later Christian memory sometimes imagines a clean opposition between pagan Rome and innocent church. The reality is more complex. Many Romans likely held negative views of Christians. Some may have accepted their punishment as deserved. Others may have been indifferent. Still, others may have felt that Nero's methods were excessive, not because they respected Christian belief, but because cruelty performed too eagerly reveals something rotten in the punisher. What survives in the record suggests that Nero's attempt to shift blame did not fully restore his reputation. The stain of the fire remained, and now another stain joined it. The persecution also becomes a seed of a much longer historical memory. For Christians of later centuries, Nero becomes the first imperial monster, the archetype of the ruler who hates the faithful and turns state power against them. His name gathers apocalyptic resonance. Some traditions even imagine that Nero will return a kind of anti-savior or beastly figure whose evil is not finished by death. This later memory grows far beyond the immediate events of 64, but it begins in the trauma of a small community, caught between fire and imperial suspicion. Nero's cruelty becomes part of Christian identity, a proof that the empire can be both magnificent and murderous. At the same time, historians must resist turning the persecution into a fully developed empire-wide policy before the evidence supports it. Nero is not yet launching the systematic persecutions of later centuries. There is no surviving sign of a universal anti-Christian law applied across all provinces in this moment. The violence appears tied closely to Rome and to the aftermath of the fire. That does not make it less terrible. It makes it more revealing. The first great persecution remembered by Christian tradition may not begin as a coherent ideological campaign, but as crisis management by a ruler desperate to move blame away from himself. Evil often enters history not through grand doctrine, but through convenience. The Christian suffering also exposes the fragility of minority life in ancient cities. A community can exist quietly for years, tolerated because it is too small to matter, then suddenly become visible when fear seeks a target. The same obscurity that protects can endanger. Because outsiders do not understand the group, they can believe almost anything about it. Because the group lacks high-ranking defenders, punishment carries little political cost. Because its rituals are private, accusations of secrecy seem plausible. Because its members refuse some public religious acts, they can be called enemies of divine order. In a burned city, those pieces fit together with deadly speed. Nero may have hoped the persecutions would close the question of responsibility. Instead, they expand the moral field of the fire. Rome's ashes now lead not only to debates about urban planning and imperial ambition, but to images of bodies burning in gardens, of executions staged for a crowd, of a small religious movement entering history through suffering inflicted by the most powerful man in the world. The attempt to bury one rumor creates another memory harder to destroy because communities built around martyrdom know how to preserve pain. And beneath the horror lies a contradiction that Nero never resolves. He wants to be loved by the crowd, admired as artist, praised as restorer, and feared as ruler. Yet love, admiration, praise, and fear do not sit quietly together. A ruler who turns executions into spectacle may command attendance but not trust. A ruler who blames the powerless may deflect suspicion but not cleanse his name. A ruler who rebuilds after fire while others remember screams in his gardens cannot fully control what his rebuilding means. The Christians in the shadows therefore become central to Nero's legacy, even though they were marginal in his own city. They show how the crisis of the fire moves from physical disaster to moral catastrophe. The flames destroy districts of Rome. The persecution reveals what the regime is willing to do with the fear left behind. Nero may not have burned the city. The evidence does not prove that he did. But in the aftermath he burns people or allows them to be burned in a public ritual of blame. For later generations that distinction becomes almost unbearable. Whether he set the first fire matters less than the fact that he answered the ashes with human bodies made into light. And word count 1548, awaiting continue, Tiep 1500, section 11. After the fire, Nero does not merely rebuild, he imagines. That is what makes the aftermath so politically dangerous. Any emperor facing a devastated capital must clear debris house, the displaced restore temples, reopen streets, and prevent hunger from turning grief into revolt. These are urgent tasks, practical tasks, and some of Nero's measures appear sensible by any standard. Wider streets, safer building rules, more open spaces, limits on dangerous construction, and better access to water all answer real urban weaknesses exposed by the catastrophe. If another emperor had ordered them with a colder personality and a less stained reputation, later memory might have praised him as a reformer of Rome's crowded, flammable chaos. But Nero is not another emperor, and Rome does not receive his vision as neutral planning. It receives it through smoke, rumor, and suspicion. The city that begins to rise from the ashes is therefore divided between necessity and insult. On one level, reconstruction is unavoidable. Rome cannot remain a field of ruins. People need homes, shops, shrines, workshops, roads, and places to gather. The imperial government must restore confidence not only for residents, but for the entire empire that looks toward the capital as the symbolic heart of Roman order. A ruined Rome sends a dangerous message. It says that even the center can fail. So the rebuilding must be rapid enough to reassure, grand enough to restore pride, and regulated enough to prevent a repeat disaster. Nero understands this, or at least his administration does. The new Rome must appear safer and more impressive than the old. Yet at the same time, Nero begins the project that will make many people believe the fire served him too well, the Domus Aurea, the Golden House. The name alone seems almost designed to offend a city still sorting through ash. It suggests glitter after suffering, private splendor after public loss, imperial fantasy expanding into spaces where ordinary life has been erased. The palace complex is not simply a house in the modern sense. It is a vast landscape of architecture, gardens, porticos, pavilions, art, water, and controlled experience. It stretches across areas between the Palatine Esquilin and Caelian, incorporating land opened or transformed after the fire. Its scale is difficult to grasp because later emperors deliberately built over parts of it, burying Nero's dream beneath monuments meant to overwrite his memory. But even the fragments and descriptions that survive suggest something extraordinary. The Golden House is Nero's imagination made physical. It is not merely luxury piled upon luxury, though luxury is everywhere in the tradition. It is an attempt to create a world within the city, a private imperial landscape that absorbs nature, art, engineering, and spectacle into one controlled environment. There are gardens where dense neighborhoods had stood. There is an artificial lake later replaced by the Flavian amphitheater, the Colosseum, in an act of symbolic reversal. There are dining rooms, painted chambers, gilded surfaces, precious stones, elaborate ceilings, and mechanical wonders. Ancient writers describe a revolving dining room and devices that scatter perfume or flower petals. Details that may be exaggerated or misunderstood but point toward a fascination with sensory command. Nero wants architecture to perform. This is the key to understanding the Domus Aurea. It is not only a residence, it is a stage without a crowd, or perhaps a stage where every guest becomes captive audience. The emperor who sings races competes, and hungers for applause now builds an environment that turns space itself into performance. A visitor moving through the complex encounters shifting views, artificial landscapes, surprising interiors, painted illusions and displays of wealth so concentrated that they seem to dissolve the boundary between palace and theatre. Nero's Rome after the fire becomes the material through which he expresses himself. To his admirers, if he has them, this may look like genius and abundance. To his enemies it looks like proof of monstrous self-absorption. The Roman elite is especially offended because the Golden House appears to privatize the city. Imperial residences before Nero already occupy important space, but the Domus Aurea seems to sprawl with an almost royal disregard for civic proportion. Rome has always mixed public and private power, and emperors have always shaped urban space, but there are limits of taste and symbolism. The capital is not supposed to become the emperor's personal villa. The people may receive games and distributions, but if they see their city transformed into one man's pleasure ground, generosity begins to look like theft. What survives in the record suggests that this is exactly how many hostile observers interpret it. One famous remark attributed to Nero after seeing the palace completed is that he can finally begin to live like a human being. The line may be sharpened by hostile memory, but its meaning is devastating. To ordinary Romans crowded into unsafe apartments, to families displaced by fire, to aristocrats whose ancestral city has been scarred, such a comment sounds beyond arrogance. It turns excess into normality. It suggests that the emperor considers unimaginable luxury not privilege but the minimum condition of proper life. Even if the remark is invented, it survived because it expressed what Nero's enemies thought. The palace revealed a ruler whose measure of humanity had lost contact with everyone else's. And yet the Domus Aurea is not only evidence of decadence, it is also evidence of artistic and technical brilliance in Nero's world. The wall paintings associated with the complex rediscovered much later, when Renaissance artists lowered themselves into buried rooms they thought were grottos, helped inspire what became known as grotesque decoration. Delicate fantasy architecture, mythic figures, ornamental patterns, and painted spaces reveal a court culture of remarkable sophistication. The architects Severus and Sila, whose names are preserved in the tradition, appear to have pushed engineering and design in daring directions. The complex was not thrown together by mere greed. It required planning skill, experimentation, and a willingness to imagine architecture as immersive experience. This is part of the uncomfortable truth about Nero. Ugliness of rule can coexist with genuine cultural innovation. A tyrant can sponsor beauty. A cruel regime can produce art that later generations admire. Splendor does not purify power, and moral disgust does not make the objects of that power aesthetically worthless. The Golden House forces that tension into view. It is both a wound and a wonder, both an imperial theft of space and a masterpiece of controlled sensation. No single explanation fully accounts for its meaning, because it sits at the intersection of urban disaster, personal vanity, artistic ambition, technical achievement, and political blindness. For those who lost homes in the fire, however subtle judgments about art may have meant little. Rebuilding is unequal. The wealthy are better positioned to recover property claim compensation, influence regulations, and build anew. The poor, especially tenants, have fewer protections. Land values shift. Ownership records may be destroyed, temporary shelters become prolonged hardship, work may disappear if shops and workshops burn. In this context, the sight or rumour of Nero's expanding palace complex can only deepen resentment. Even if the state takes measures to house people, the contrast is brutal. The emperor gains gardens while others struggle to regain roofs. The religious damage also requires attention. Temples and ancient cult sites must be restored. Rome's relationship with the gods must be ritually repaired. Nero's rebuilding includes sacred projects, but the Golden House competes for symbolic attention. A ruler who restores shrines may still be remembered more for his private lake. That is the danger of excessive spectacle. It consumes interpretation. Practical acts and pious restorations become background to the one image everyone cannot forget. Nero's palace becomes the answer to the question people ask after the fire: who benefited? The answer from Nero's enemies is obvious. He did. Whether or not he caused the fire, the Domus Aurea makes him look like the disaster's heir. It gives physical form to suspicion. It stands where rumour can point. People do not need evidence of the first spark when they can see the result rising in gold paint and water. In this sense, the palace may be Nero's greatest political mistake after the fire. A more cautious ruler might have rebuilt public monuments, first delayed private expansion, emphasized modesty, and made visible sacrifices. Nero instead allows his imagination to occupy the center of the story. He acts like an artist when Rome needs him to act like a servant of public memory. The later fate of the Domus Aurea shows how deeply offensive it became. After Nero's death, the Flavian emperors moved quickly to return parts of the land to public use. The artificial lake is drained, and the Colosseum rises where Nero's private pleasure landscape had been. This is not merely practical urban development, it is political theatre in stone. The Flavians present themselves as giving back to the Roman people what Nero had taken. They bury or repurpose his halls, build baths over parts of the complex, and reshape the city's memory. The Colosseum itself becomes a monumental rebuttal public spectacle, replacing private extravagance the crowd restored where the emperor's lake had shimmered. That later reversal reveals how the Golden House was understood by those who came after him. During Nero's lifetime, however, the palace is part of a broader drift toward isolation from traditional elite opinion. He spends, builds, performs, and seeks admiration in ways that exhaust patience. The treasury feels pressure. Confiscations and prosecutions become more tempting when imperial ambition needs money. Elite wealth becomes a reservoir the emperor can tap through accusation. Artistic dreams and political violence begin to support each other. A grand project demands resources. Resources can be found by destroying those who possess them. This is not unique to Nero, but under him it grows with particular symbolic force. The Golden House also reveals Nero's changing relationship to Rome itself. Earlier emperors had used architecture to express order, piety, victory, and dynastic legitimacy. Augustus famously transformed Rome in the language of marble, but he paired grandeur with an image of restoration and restraint. Nero's building after the fire feels different in memory, because it seems to express the emperor's personal appetite more than the city's collective identity. His Rome is not merely repaired, it is reimagined around his pleasure. That is why the project becomes inseparable from tyranny in later tradition. It is architecture as autobiography, and the autobiography is damning. Still, one should be careful not to imagine that every Roman instantly saw the palace or interpreted it in the same way. Much of the complex would have been accessible only to select audiences. Ordinary residents may have known it through rumour glimpses, labour resentment, or the visible transformation of land. Some may have admired its beauty. Others may have cared more about wages earned in reconstruction or entertainment provided by the regime. Popular attitudes toward Nero remain complex, but among the writers whose work survived the judgment is severe. The Golden House is the palace of a man who mistakes empire for self-expression, and that judgment sticks because the timing is unforgivable. Luxury after prosperity can be envied. Luxury after victory can be celebrated. Luxury after civic catastrophe is morally perilous. The ashes are still part of living memory when Nero's dream rises. The city has not yet healed. The displaced have not all recovered. The temples have not fully regained their aura of continuity. The rumor that Christians were punished to deflect blame still hangs over the aftermath. In that wounded landscape, gold becomes accusation. So the Domus Aurea stands as the next layer of Nero's darkening legacy. It is beautiful enough to fascinate artists centuries later, and offensive enough to help condemn him almost immediately. It shows an emperor with genuine aesthetic imagination and almost catastrophic political blindness. It turns urban rebuilding into a question of character. It makes the fire impossible to remember as accident alone because the palace seems to answer accident with desire. Rome rises again, but not innocently. Its new streets and regulations speak of lessons learned from disaster. Its restored structures speak of civic resilience. Yet at the center of the memory stands Nero's golden world, glittering above the suffering that made room for it. The emperor wants to live as an artist king inside a city he has remade. But outside the painted halls, resentment hardens. Senators whisper, courtiers calculate, the people watch. The empire continues, but the trust that once made Nero's youth seem manageable has burned away with the old streets. From here, opposition will no longer remain a mood. It will begin to seek a knife. The conspiracy against Nero does not rise from a single wound. It gathers from many. By the mid-60s, the emperor has made enemies in almost every place where an emperor can afford enemies least. Senators resent humiliation, confiscation, fear, and the erosion of old dignity. Aristocrats whisper about murders inside the imperial family. Philosophically minded elites recoil from the gap between Nero's artistic vanity and the moral language with which his reign once began. Those who have lost property after the fire or watched the Golden House rise over devastated ground have their own bitterness. Others fear not what Nero has already done, but what he might do next, because a ruler who has crossed certain lines teaches everyone near him to imagine the worst. The early reign had rested on restraint, or at least on the appearance of restraint. Seneca and Burrus had given Nero's youth a frame of discipline. Agrippina, dangerous as she was, had represented an older dynastic force whose influence could not be ignored. Britannicus and Octavia had linked the emperor to Claudius and to the legitimacy of succession. One by one those figures disappear, withdraw or die. Burrus is gone. Seneca's position has weakened, and his attempts to retire from public life suggest an intelligent man trying to step away from a collapsing roof before it falls. Agrippina, Britannicus, and Octavia are dead. Poppaea stands near Nero. Tigellinus rises in power, and the court takes on a harder, more suspicious atmosphere. The emperor is freer than before, but his freedom leaves others less secure. This insecurity is one of the engines of conspiracy. Roman aristocrats are accustomed to danger, but they also expect rules, signals, and boundaries. Under a severe emperor, a cautious man might survive by silence. Under a greedy emperor, he might survive by surrendering wealth. Under a suspicious emperor, he might survive by avoiding factions. But Nero's reign increasingly seems to combine vanity, appetite, financial need, personal resentment, and unpredictable cruelty. Men of rank begin to wonder whether obedience is enough. If survival depends only on the emperor's mood, then rebellion can start to look less reckless than waiting. The Pisonian conspiracy of 65 CE is the most famous expression of this mood. Its central public figure is Gaius Calpurnius Piso, a wealthy aristocrat of distinguished background remembered as handsome, generous, socially charming and popular among certain elite circles. Piso is not presented by the sources as a revolutionary philosopher or austere republican hero. He is more plausibly a replacement candidate, a man acceptable enough to senators, conspirators, and perhaps parts of the guard who want Nero removed without plunging the empire into ideological uncertainty. This is important. The conspiracy is not necessarily a plan to restore the Republic in any meaningful old sense. By Nero's time, the Republic is more memory than program. The practical question is not whether Rome will have an emperor, but which emperor it will endure. The conspiracy appears to involve senators, equestrians, officers, and intellectuals. Some may be motivated by principle, others by fear, ambition, revenge, or self-preservation. Such mixtures are normal in political violence. Later moral narratives like clear categories tyrant and liberators, monster and patriots. Reality is less tidy. A man can hate Nero's cruelty and still hope for advancement under Piso. Another can speak of liberty while protecting his wealth. Another can join because a friend has joined, and refusal would be dangerous. The evidence remains incomplete, and the surviving source is right after the conspiracy failed when testimony had been extracted. Reputations had been damaged, and imperial punishment shaped the record. The plot itself seems to have centered on assassinating Nero in a public or semi-public setting, possibly during games or religious ceremonies where access might be possible and the symbolic effect immediate. Such plans are always difficult. Killing an emperor is not like killing an ordinary man. He is surrounded by guards, informers, attendants, and layers of ritual. Even if the strike succeeds, the next moments matter more than the blow itself. Who controls the guard? Who announces the new ruler? Who secures the Senate? Who holds the palace? Who prevents loyal troops or opportunists from turning Rome into a battlefield? The murder of Caligula had shown that assassination can create a dangerous vacuum. Claudius survived and rose because the Praetorian Guard found him and made him emperor. Any conspiracy against Nero must therefore plan not only death but succession. This is why military involvement is crucial. Without support inside the Praetorian Guard, the plot risks becoming noble suicide. The Guard has made and protected emperors. Its commanders hold the hinge between palace and power. In Nero's reign, Tigellinus is a terrifying obstacle, but not every officer is necessarily loyal in heart. The conspiracy's reach into guard circles suggests that discontent is not confined to senators. When the armed men closest to the emperor become uncertain, danger has entered the inner wall. Yet conspiracy thrives on secrecy and dies by leakage. The Pisonian plot is betrayed before it can strike. Ancient accounts differ in details, as they often do, but the mechanism of exposure involves fear, confession, and the unraveling of networks. Once Nero's government learns enough to begin arrests, panic spreads through the conspirators. Interrogation under threat or torture produces names. Some guilty men expose others. Some innocent or marginally connected figures may be dragged in by accusation. In an atmosphere of terror, truth and usefulness separate. The regime does not need perfect certainty. It needs enemies to punish and a story of salvation to proclaim. Nero's response is ferocious. The conspiracy gives him what tyrants often need: a real threat large enough to justify destroying many suspected enemies. The difference between defensive justice and opportunistic purge becomes almost impossible to maintain. Some conspirators are genuinely involved. Others are connected by friendship, reputation, philosophy, wealth, or the emperor's convenience. Trials and forced suicides follow. The Roman elite is reminded that rank does not shield a man when the emperor decides the state has been endangered. Seneca's death belongs to this dark aftermath. His involvement in the conspiracy remains debated. Ancient sources suggest that his name was implicated, but whether he actively participated, knew something was falsely accused, or became too inconvenient to spare is uncertain. What is clear is that Nero orders him to die, and Seneca obeys in the Roman aristocratic manner of forced suicide. The scene, as preserved by tradition, is shaped by philosophical drama. The old teacher facing death with composure, opening veins, speaking calmly, turning his end into a final performance of stoic endurance. The account is literary and moralized, but it captures the symbolic reversal. The man who helped craft Nero's early language of mercy now dies at Nero's command. Seneca's death is more than the removal of a suspected conspirator. It severs the last visible thread connecting Nero to the hopeful beginning of his reign. Whatever compromises Seneca made, whatever wealth he accumulated, whatever moral contradictions marked his service, he still represented the world in which Nero could be spoken of as guided, educated, and potentially restrained. Once he is gone, Nero stands more nakedly among harsher companions. The philosopher's blood does not make the emperor safer. It makes the reign feel more openly predatory. Other deaths follow. The poet Lucan Seneca's nephew is implicated and forced to die. Lucan's presence in the conspiracy is striking because he had once enjoyed Nero's favour before artistic rivalry, and political tension soured the relationship. Here again, art and power twist together. Nero's desire to be supreme performer leaves little room for talented men whose gifts might compete with his own. Whether Lucan joins from principal resentment, ambition, or fear, his fate reveals how dangerous cultural brilliance can become near an emperor who wants admiration without comparison. The literary world, like the Senate, learns that proximity to Nero's favour can reverse into death. Petronius, often associated with refined taste and perhaps later forced to die under suspicion, belongs to the wider atmosphere of courtly danger, though his exact connection to the Pisonian conspiracy is not the same as those directly condemned in 65. His remembered elegance, wit, and possible role as an arbiter of luxury show another side of Nero's circle, a world of sophisticated pleasure that can suddenly become fatal when court rivalries shift. Under such a ruler, even taste is political. To be admired for judgment near an emperor who demands superiority is to stand in uncertain light. The purge after the conspiracy also enriches the regime through confiscation. Condemned men's property can flow to the emperor. This financial dimension should not be ignored. Nero's expenditures are enormous games, performances, rebuilding palace projects, gifts, and the costly machinery of rule. When the treasury strains, accusations against wealthy individuals become useful. Not every prosecution is invented for money, but money gives persecution momentum. A condemned aristocrat is not only silenced, his estate becomes available. Fear and finance reinforce each other. The Senate's role in these moments is bleak. It offers thanks, votes, honours, participates in condemnations, and performs loyalty because survival demands performance. This does not mean every senator privately approves. Many likely despise what they must say. But the institution has long since lost the power to resist openly without military backing. The Senate under Nero becomes a theatre of compelled gratitude, praising the emperor for surviving conspiracies that his own rulers provoked. It is one of the quiet tragedies of the imperial system. The old language of public honour remains, but its meaning is hollowed by fear. For Nero, the conspiracy confirms his worst instincts. He can now see opposition not as a response to his misrule, but as proof of universal treachery. Every critical glance becomes suspect. Every philosopher might be a conspirator. Every noble house might hide a Piso. Every old friend might be waiting for a chance to betray him. Paranoia does not arise from imagination alone. Sometimes enemies are real. The Pisonian conspiracy is real enough to frighten him. But once fear joins absolute power, it does not stop at real enemies. It expands until it needs victims to reassure itself. This is why the conspiracy marks a turning point. Before it, Nero has committed terrible acts, but some of them remain tied to specific dynastic dangers or personal desires. After it, the violence broadens into political atmosphere. The court becomes more dangerous, the Senate more submissive, the elite more afraid, and the emperor more convinced that mercy is weakness. Tigellinus and similar figures thrive in such conditions, because harsh rulers need men willing to turn suspicion into procedure. Informers gain power. Accusations become currency. Silence becomes strategy. Friendship becomes liability. The Roman people may experience this differently from the Senate. Conspiracies among aristocrats do not always stir popular sympathy, especially if the emperor continues to provide spectacles and public benefits. A poor Roman who enjoys Nero's games may not mourn wealthy senators who plotted murder. Yet the purge affects the whole city indirectly. Fear at the top changes patronage networks, property ownership, public mood, and the behavior of elites who employ, feed, represent, and govern others. When the ruling class trembles, the tremor travels downward. Beyond Rome, the provinces watch the capital's instability with concern. An emperor under threat can become unpredictable in taxation appointments, military demands, and punishment. Governors may wonder whether loyalty to Nero is wise, whether rivals are forming, whether the guard is stable, whether the center can hold. The empire is vast, but it depends on belief in the center. If that belief weakens, provincial commanders become more than administrators. They become possible alternatives. The Pisonian conspiracy fails, but its failure does not save Nero in the deeper sense. It destroys many of his enemies, yet multiplies the reasons others fear him. It proves that opposition exists, and then proves that discovery means death. It removes men who might have shaped a transition inside Rome, but it does not heal the conditions that made transition desirable. The emperor survives, but survival makes him harsher. The elite submit, but submission becomes hatred. The palace is safer for a moment, but the empire is less loyal in spirit. Nero emerges from the conspiracy more isolated than before. The applause at his performances continues, but now it echoes across a landscape of forced suicides. The Golden House glitters, but its walls seem surrounded by ghosts. Britannicus, Agrippina, Octavia, Seneca, Lucan, and all those whose names survive only as entries in the long accounting of fear. The emperor still seeks crowns, songs, and admiration, but behind him the machinery of terror is louder. Rome has moved from scandal to purge, from suspicion to bloodletting, from private crimes to public political fracture, and the most dangerous consequence lies beyond the city. When senators plot and fail, the emperor can punish senators. When the people grumble, he can buy or entertain them. When Christians are blamed, he can burn them. But when generals in the provinces begin to doubt him, the problem changes scale. Legions do not whisper like courtiers. They march. The conspiracy inside Rome has shown that Nero can survive knives hidden near the throne. It has not shown that he can survive the empire itself turning away. After the Pisonian conspiracy, Nero's reign no longer feels like a dangerous experiment that might still recover its balance. It begins to feel like a narrowing passage with fewer exits each year. The emperor has survived an elite plot, but survival has not restored confidence. It has taught him that men close to rank, talent, and influence can imagine his death. It has taught the aristocracy that fear is no passing storm. It has taught the court that accusation is a road to advancement and silence is not always enough protection. Rome continues to function as empires often do, even when their centres rot, but the moral and political air around Nero grows thinner. The deaths after the conspiracy remove not only enemies but intermediaries. Men like Seneca, whatever their compromises, had belonged to an older language of council restraint and public philosophy. Once such figures vanish, Nero is surrounded more heavily by those who survive through obedience, flattery, and utility. Tigellinus, whose name becomes almost a symbol of the regime's harsher instincts, stands in the tradition as the kind of courtier who understands that a frightened emperor is a source of power. Whether every accusation against him is fair is difficult to know, because hostile historians often concentrate a ruler's evil in the advisers they hate. But what survives in the record suggests a court where suspicion becomes policy, and cruelty becomes professional skill. Nero himself increasingly seems to live between two worlds that cannot support each other. In one, he is the artist emperor crowned in contest, praised for song, fascinated by Greek culture, eager for the kind of fame that comes from performance rather than administration. In the other, he is the ruler of a vast military empire whose stability depends on governors, legions, tax systems, grain routes, provincial elites, and the loyalty of men who are not impressed by theatrical crowns. Rome can tolerate an eccentric emperor if the frontiers hold the treasury functions and the armed forces remain loyal. But Nero's eccentricity is no longer private ornament. It touches money, honor, and command. It begins to look especially to hard provincial soldiers and traditional elites like neglect dressed as genius. The financial pressure grows. The rebuilding of Rome, the Golden House, lavish spectacles, distributions, and artistic ambitions all demand resources. Imperial wealth is vast but not infinite. When expenses swell, the state looks for revenue, and under a suspicious ruler, revenue can be extracted through confiscation as well as taxation. The estates of condemned men become tempting. Accusations of conspiracy, treason, or disloyalty can serve political and fiscal ends at once. This does not mean every charge is fabricated, but it means every charge carries the odor of profit. The wealthy learn that their fortunes may draw danger as much as envy. The provinces feel the consequences in subtler ways. Rome's empire is not governed by a modern bureaucracy with impersonal distance. It depends on men, governors, procurators, commanders, local aristocrats, client kings, tax contractors, military officers, and imperial freedmen. When the emperor's court becomes unstable, appointments become more uncertain, demands more resented, and grievances more dangerous. A province may be far from Rome, but it is never outside the imperial mood. If Nero needs money, provincial extraction can sharpen. If he mistrusts commanders, capable men may feel threatened. If he lavishes attention on performance, soldiers may wonder whether the center still understands the world of discipline and command. One of the great shocks of these final years comes from the east, where Nero's rule intersects with revolt in Judea. In 66, CE rebellion breaks out against Roman authority, driven by a complex mix of religious tension, social conflict, local grievances, misgovernment, and resistance to imperial domination. No single explanation fully accounts for the uprising, and the evidence is shaped by later accounts, especially those of Josephus, who himself moves between rebellion and Roman patronage. But for Nero, the revolt is a reminder that the empire's violence is not only palace violence. Beyond Rome's games and plots, whole peoples can rise when provincial pressure, Religious identity and political mismanagement ignite. Nero responds by entrusting the war to Vespasian, a seasoned commander of practical ability and unglamorous strength. This decision, though militarily sensible, will prove historically enormous. Vespasian is not yet emperor. He is a general sent to restore order, but in a time when the center weakens, successful generals become more than servants. They become alternatives history has not yet named. The same empire that depends on military competence always risks empowering the men who possess it. Nero can sing in Greece and dream in gold, but legions follow commanders who share danger, distribute rewards and win campaigns. The distance between artistic kingship and military reality grows wider. Nero's Greek tour reveals that distance with almost painful clarity. He travels to Greece and participates in artistic and athletic competitions, receiving crowns in overwhelming numbers. To Nero, this may be a triumph of identity, a journey into the cultural world he most admires, a chance to be honored not merely as Roman ruler, but as performer among Greeks. He grants freedom to Greece, a gesture that wins praise in some local contexts, and reflects his desire to be remembered as a benefactor of Hellenic culture. Yet to many Romans, especially traditional elites, the spectacle is grotesque. The emperor leaves the capital and the hard business of rule to pursue applause abroad. The crowns he wins are politically unavoidable, since judges cannot truly refuse him. His victories become less signs of talent than rituals of imperial compulsion. There is a lesser-known irony here. Nero may have been more sincerely appreciated in parts of the Greek world than in Rome's Senate. His admiration for Greek culture was not entirely fake. He took their festivals seriously, honored their traditions in his own distorted way, and offered privileges that mattered locally. Later Greek memory was not uniformly hostile. This complicates the image of Nero as a man hated everywhere by everyone. But the very sincerity of his Greek enthusiasm makes the Roman reaction harsher. He seems to prefer foreign applause to Roman gravitas, crowns of performance to the invisible labor of government. In a culture where the emperor's role is already morally fragile, this looks like abandonment. Meanwhile, Rome itself is left under the influence of men who must govern in Nero's absence and protect his position while resentment grows. The city has endured fire, rebuilding, persecution, purges, and the shock of seeing old aristocratic names extinguished. The Golden House continues to symbolize imperial excess. The Senate remains obedient but not loyal in any deep sense. The people may still enjoy Nero's generosity and spectacles, but popular favor cannot replace military legitimacy forever. The emperor's power has several pillars: dynasty, senate, people, guard armies, provincial administration, and divine favor expressed through ritual. By the late reign, several of these pillars have cracked. Dynasty is almost gone. Nero is the last male of the Julio-Claudian line in the direct imperial sense. Britannicus is dead. Claudius's daughter Octavia is dead. Agrippina is dead. Poppaea, after becoming Nero's wife and bearing him a daughter who dies in infancy, also dies reportedly after Nero kicks her while she's pregnant. This story, like many intimate accusations in Nero's life, comes through hostile sources and must be treated with caution. It may preserve real violence. It may be shaped by moralizing tradition, eager to show Nero destroying even the woman he desired. But Poppeia's death is certain, and with it another emotional and dynastic support disappears. Nero later takes Statilia Messalina as wife, but the aura of stable succession is gone. The imperial family has become a corridor of ghosts. Nero's lack of a secure heir matters profoundly. Augustus's system, for all its ambiguity, depended on presenting continuity. Without it, the empire must imagine a future beyond Nero, and that imagination is dangerous. Men begin to look sideways at governors, generals, and powerful administrators. The question is no longer only whether Nero is bad, it is who could replace him without civil war. In a monarchy that refuses to call itself monarchy, succession. Uncertainty remains the old wound beneath every crisis. Nero's crimes and eccentricities make the wound open again. Then comes revolt in the West. In 68 CE, Gaius Julius Vindex, governor in Gaul, rises against Nero. Vindex is not himself a plausible emperor in the traditional Roman sense, but his revolt matters because it gives organized form to opposition beyond the palace. He calls on Servius Sulpicius Galba, governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, a man of ancient noble lineage and severe reputation. Galba is old, aristocratic, and far removed from Nero's theatrical world. He represents to some a return to stern Roman seriousness. Whether he can truly restore anything is another question, but symbols matter. Against Nero, the performer Galba appears as the old Roman. The revolt's early course is uncertain and dangerous. Vindex's forces are defeated by the army of Upper Germany under Virginius Rufus, but this victory does not save Nero in the way it might have. The German legions defeat Vindex, yet they do not produce a stable wave of loyalty to Nero. Virginius refuses or avoids taking imperial power himself despite pressure from troops. Galba continues to emerge as an alternative. The situation reveals the empire's new reality. Nero's fate will not be decided only in Rome. Provincial armies' commanders and the willingness of soldiers to recognize a different ruler now matter more than senatorial speeches. The Praetorian Guard, so crucial since Claudius's accession, also begins to shift. Nymphidius Sabinus, one of the Guard's prefects, plays a key role in abandoning Nero and encouraging support for Galba, promising donatives that reveal the brutal transactional heart of imperial loyalty. Soldiers may speak of legitimacy, but payment matters. The Guard that once helped secure Nero as a youth can now unmake him. This is the empire's most dangerous lesson. The same armed institution that gives power can sell it onward. In Rome, panic replaces performance. Nero's world contracts rapidly. Messages arrive. Loyalties become uncertain. Men who once bowed deeply now hesitate. Friends vanish or calculate. The Senate, sensing the wind, prepares to condemn the emperor it once praised. The people who cheered him cannot form a shield against provincial revolt and Guard betrayal. The Golden House cannot protect him. Artistic crowns cannot command legions. The identity he cultivated so intensely becomes useless in the face of military and political abandonment. There is something almost pitiful in the speed of collapse, though pity does not erase the suffering he caused. Nero has spent years trying to be more than the product of others, more than Agrippina's son, more than Seneca's pupil, more than Claudius's adopted heir, more than a conventional Roman prince. He wanted to be artist, benefactor, restorer, performer, and beloved ruler. Yet at the end, the empire judges him by older measures: military loyalty, elite support, fiscal trust, dynastic continuity, and the ability to command fear without provoking universal desertion. On these measures, he fails. The final isolation begins before the final flight. It begins when Nero realizes that obedience around him has been hollow. The applause was not love. The honors were not loyalty. The Senate's gratitude was not belief. The Guard's protection was not devotion. The province's silence was not consent. His reign had converted too many relationships into performances, and when the performance ends, almost nothing solid remains beneath it. Rome has seen emperors die before, but Nero's fall carries a special historical weight, because he is not merely one ruler among many. He is the last of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the family line that began imperial Rome under Augustus and carried it through Tiberius Caligula Claudius and finally him. His collapse is not only personal, it is dynastic extinction. The house that turned the Republic into empire ends not in solemn succession, but in revolt, betrayal, panic, and a young man abandoned by the world he believed he commanded. The empire does not yet know what comes next. It will soon learn the chaos of the year of the 4 emperors, when Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian reveal that the secret of imperial power has escaped the old family and entered the armies openly. Nero's fall therefore marks a transformation larger than his own crimes. It proves that Rome can outlive the descendants of Augustus, but also that the price of uncertain succession is civil war waiting just beneath the surface. For now, though, the story narrows to one figure. The emperor who survived conspiracy fire scandal and accusation now discovers that the final enemy is abandonment. The crowds are distant. The Senate turns. The guard slips away. The governors choose their futures. The palace empties around him. Nero has spent his reign removing those who reminded him of dependence, only to find at the end that power itself was always dependence on soldiers, on money, on belief, on fear, on the willingness of others to continue pretending. Once they stop, even Caesar becomes a hunted man. Nero's final hours unfold not with the grandeur he has spent so much of his life pursuing, but with confusion, hesitation, and a shrinking circle of fear. The emperor who once commanded the center of the world does not fall in a blaze of military resistance or a final speech before loyal legions. He falls through absences, doors close, messengers fail him, servants disappear, friends become careful. The palace that once magnified his will begins to feel too large, too empty, too full of listening walls. Power leaves him before life does, and that is what makes the end so brutal. Nero is still Nero, still officially emperor for a few fading moments, but the invisible agreement that made the title real is already gone. The Senate's condemnation is the formal sign of what others have decided in practice. It declares Nero a public enemy, a phrase carrying old republican weight, though by now it serves a new imperial reality. The men who had praised him honored him, thanked the gods for his survival, and accepted his explanations after bloodshed now prepare to treat him as something outside lawful protection. Their courage arrives when the guard has shifted and Galba's claim has become unavoidable. This does not mean every senator is a coward. Many have lived under years of genuine danger. But the institution moves only when the balance of force allows it. Nero's fall reveals again that Roman political morality often follows military arithmetic. The Praetorian Guard's abandonment is more decisive. These are the soldiers stationed closest to the emperor, the men whose loyalty can make or unmake a reign in a single night. Their support had helped lift Nero to power when he was 16. Their support had sustained the illusion that succession could be orderly. Now their loyalty has been redirected toward Galba, encouraged by promises of reward. The transaction is ugly, but not surprising. Imperial power has always depended on soldiers, and soldiers expect payment, security, and confidence in the ruler they protect. Nero can offer little but danger. Galba, distant but rising, offers possibility. Once the guard turns, the palace becomes a shell. Nero considers flight. The ancient accounts preserve scenes of frantic indecision, and while the details may be shaped for dramatic effect, the general atmosphere is believable. He thinks of going to the armies, to the Parthians, to the people, perhaps to some place where performance and appeal might still work. Each idea collapses under practical fear. What army will receive him? What crowd can protect him from declared enemies? What speech can restore the guard? What foreign king can shelter a Roman emperor without turning him into a trophy? The options of a ruler are vast only while others believe in them. Once belief fails, every road narrows. There is a grim human smallness in this moment. Nero is 30 years old. He has ruled for nearly 14 years, longer than many might expect, for a man who came to power as a teenager in such a lethal dynasty. He has outlived rivals, mother-wife advisors, conspirators and accusers, yet he is still young enough that his terror feels almost boyish in the accounts, however hostile they may be. He has spent his life surrounded by people who manage flatter fear or resist him. Now he must decide something alone, and he is bad at being alone. Absolute power has not trained him for solitude. It has trained him to expect that someone else will execute the will he finally forms. He flees the city with only a handful of attendants seeking refuge at the villa of Phaon, an imperial freedman outside Rome. The movement from palace to hiding place is one of the sharpest reversals in Roman imperial history. The ruler who built the Golden House now hides in a modest suburban refuge. The man whose dining rooms glittered with art now crouches near the earth, avoiding discovery. The emperor who wanted applause now listens for hoofbeats. The journey itself, as preserved by ancient writers, becomes almost symbolic. Nero passes through darkness, disguise, and fear, hearing or imagining the world turning against him. The city he tried to shape is no longer his stage. It is a place from which he must escape. The details of his hiding are stark. He reaches Phaon's villa by a back route, perhaps entering through a hole or concealed way to avoid being seen. He is thirsty, frightened and diminished. Ancient accounts emphasize humiliation. Coarse water, rough surroundings, a cloak over his face. The former emperor reduced to bodily discomfort. Such details serve moral narrative, showing the proud man brought low, but they also preserve the Roman taste for reversal. The higher the fall, the more satisfying the contrast. Nero's enemies want posterity to see him not as tragic hero, but as a performer stripped of costume. Still, the scene is not without pathos. A human being who has done terrible things can still die afraid. Recognizing that fear does not excuse the crimes, it deepens the horror of power. Nero, who ordered or permitted others to die when they threatened him, now experiences the terror of being hunted by a system that no longer needs him. Britannicus had no army. Agrippina had no safe appeal. Octavia had no shield strong enough. Christians in the gardens had no defense against spectacle. Senators forced to die had no true trial. Now Nero stands in the place he'd placed others, waiting for the machinery to arrive. He struggles to kill himself. This is one of the most revealing details in the tradition. Roman elite culture often treats suicide under compulsion as a final assertion of dignity. Seneca, Lucan, and others die in ways shaped by that expectation. Nero, who admired performance, finds even this final act difficult. He asks for someone to set an example. He delays. He laments. He cannot easily transform death into the artistic scene he wants. The gap between self-image and action appears one last time. He wants to die as something grand, but terror keeps interrupting the performance. The famous final sentiment attributed to him is that a great artist dies in him. Like so many ancient death lines, it may be crafted, remembered imperfectly, or invented to summarize a life. Whether Nero said it exactly is less important than why it stuck. It condenses his entire tragedy into one unbearable sentence. At the moment when Rome sees a tyrant, when the Senate names him enemy, when the dynasty of Augustus expires in a hiding place, Nero thinks, or later tradition imagines him thinking, not first of justice. Rome, family or empire, but of artistry. The line is ridiculous, pitiful and revealing all at once. It shows the emperor still clinging to the identity that had helped estrange him from the world he ruled. When horsemen approach bringing the threat of capture, Nero finally dies with assistance from his secretary Epaphroditus. The man who'd commanded executions needs another hand to complete his own. The death is messy, hurried and undignified by the standards Nero might have desired. He's not taken alive for public punishment. He escapes the full humiliation the Senate intended, but not the deeper humiliation of abandonment. In 68 CE, the last Julio-Claudian emperor is dead. The immediate aftermath is unstable. Galba enters the imperial future, but not into peace. Nero's death does not heal the empire. It exposes the wound that his dynasty had hidden beneath blood and ceremony. Without a Julio-Claudian heir, without the aura of Augustus's household power, becomes openly contestable. The year of the four emperors follows Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian. Armies make claims, commanders rise and fall. Rome learns that the emperor can be chosen not only by family and palace, but by legions in motion. The secret that had always lived beneath imperial rule becomes public. The princeps depends on force, and force can change its mind. Nero's body is not treated with total erasure. This is another detail that complicates the picture. His old nurse and a few loyal women, including Acti, according to tradition, help bury him in the family tomb of the Domitii. Acti's presence, if historical, brings an unexpectedly quiet note to the end. The freedwoman whom Nero once loved in defiance of Agrippina outlives the palace storms and appears at the final margin of his story. In a life dominated by political marriages, public performances, and lethal family conflict, this small act of burial suggests that not every relationship around Nero was purely ceremonial. Even monsters in memory leave behind people who remember something more private, or at least something more complicated. Rome's response is not uniform. Many elites rejoice or exhale in relief. To them the tyrant is gone, the performer emperor silenced, the killer of noble men finally judged by fate. But among parts of the people, and in some provinces, Nero's memory does not vanish into hatred. Reports of flowers placed on his tomb statues honored, and rumors of his return suggest a lingering attachment. The phenomenon of false Neros appears in later years, pretenders claiming to be the dead emperor returned. This is one of the most surprising afterlives of his reign. A man remembered by elite historians as monstrous could still inspire enough fascination, nostalgia, or opportunistic hope that others could use his name. Nero was not loved by all, but he was not forgotten as a simple villain either. The false Nero stories reveal something important about Roman political memory. The Senate's hatred is not the whole empire's memory. Some may have remembered his games, his generosity, his Hellenic gestures, his hostility to aristocratic arrogance, or simply the excitement of his reign. Others may have been drawn to the myth of return because dead rulers can become vessels for dissatisfaction with the present. When Galba proves severe and unpopular, when civil war brings new suffering. Nero's flaws may look different in retrospect to those who had not suffered most directly from them. Memory is comparative. A bad ruler can seem less bad when successors bring chaos. Yet the dynasty is finished. The line from Augustus through the Julio-Claudians ends with Nero's suicide. This ending carries enormous symbolic weight. Augustus had tried to create continuity without monarchy stability, without admitting kingship, inheritance, without a clear hereditary law. For a time, the system worked through adoption, marriage, bloodline guard support, senatorial acceptance, and public myth. But the family consumed itself. Tiberius withdrew into suspicion. Caligula was assassinated. Claudius was elevated by soldiers and died under suspicion. Nero rose through his mother's ambition and ended as a condemned enemy. The house that promised peace after civil war produces at its end another civil war. Nero's fall also exposes the fragility of image. He had tried to master appearances through performance spectacle building and public generosity. But image without trust becomes brittle. The golden house could not protect him because it symbolized excess. Artistic crowns could not protect him because they symbolized humiliation to those who mattered militarily and politically. The crowd's applause could not protect him because applause is not organized power. The Senate's votes could not protect him because they were never affection. The guard could not protect him once it calculated a better bargain. Every stage he built collapsed under the older architecture of force. The moral judgment of Nero begins immediately, but it does not remain stable. Galba and the Flavians have reasons to blacken him. Senators have reasons to remember their fear and humiliation. Christian tradition has reasons to preserve him as persecutor. Later storytellers have reasons to make him the perfect tyrant, the matricide, the artist, the arsonist, the persecutor, the decadent builder, the emperor who dies thinking of his own talent. Some of this is rooted in real behavior, some is sharpened by hostility. Some becomes legend because history needs images large enough to hold disgust. But in the final moment before legend hardens, there is only a frightened man in hiding and the end of a dynasty. Nero's death is not noble, yet it is revealing. It shows that imperial power, for all its grandeur, depends on consent that may be withdrawn suddenly when fear changes direction. It shows that a ruler can dominate others for years and still discover that he owns almost nothing when the armed institutions leave him. It shows that the palace, the senate, the crowd, and the provinces are all watching, calculating, remembering. The last Julio Claudian falls not because one crime finally catches him, but because too many forms of trust have been destroyed. Family trust, senatorial trust, military trust, religious trust, urban trust, and the trust between image and reality all fail together. The boy Agrippina raised as a dynastic weapon becomes the man Rome condemns as enemy. The performer who wanted eternal applause dies listening for pursuers. The emperor who dreamed of golden rooms leaves behind an empire entering bloodier uncertainty. And as his breath leaves him, the name Nero passes from politics into something darker and more enduring myth. Nero's legacy begins as soon as he dies, but it does not begin as history. It begins as relief accusation, political convenience, grief in some corners, embarrassment in others, and the urgent need of new rulers to explain why the old one had to vanish. A dead emperor is never simply dead. He becomes material. His memory can be condemned, softened, buried, exaggerated, mocked, feared, or used. In Nero's case, almost every force that survives him has reason to reshape him. The Senate wants a tyrant because a tyrant explains its own obedience as survival. The Flavian dynasty wants a monster because a monster makes their rule look like restoration. Christian memory wants a persecutor because persecution gives early suffering a name. Later moralists want a warning because Nero is too vivid not to become one. And beneath all these needs lies the harder question: how much of the monster is the man, and how much is the shadow cast by those who outlived him? The ancient sources do not let Nero escape condemnation, but they also do not let historians rest easily. Tacitus writes with severity and subtlety capable of acknowledging complexity, while still seeing Nero's reign as a descent into corruption and fear. Suetonius gathers scandal anecdote, bodily detail rumour, and theatrical moral portrait. Cassius Dio writes later, still shaping imperial history through hindsight, dramatic pattern, and senatorial judgment. None of these authors is useless. None can be read innocently. They preserve memories that would otherwise be lost, Yet they also write from worlds in which Nero has already become an example of what imperial power does when severed from discipline. The evidence remains incomplete, and every attempt to recover the living Nero must pass through hostile glass. That glass distorts, but it does not invent everything. The deaths of Britannicus, Agrippina, Octavia, and many others cannot be dismissed as mere propaganda. Nero's public performances, his artistic obsession, his Greek tour, the Golden House, the persecution after the fire, the purges after the Pisonian conspiracy, and the final collapse of military and political support, all rest on traditions too broad to wave away. What remains uncertain is not whether Nero's reign became violent and unstable, but how to weigh motive, scale, context, and later exaggeration. Was he uniquely monstrous, or did he reveal more nakedly the violence already built into the imperial system? Was he mad, corrupt, misunderstood, theatrical, traumatized, spoiled, politically cornered, or some shifting combination of all these? No single explanation fully accounts for him. Calling Nero Rome's most evil emperor is powerful, but it is also a judgment shaped by memory's need for symbols. Rome produced many brutal rulers, some killed on larger scales, some presided over catastrophic wars, purges, or persecutions of wider reach. Later emperors would display cruelty with colder administrative efficiency. Yet Nero remains special because his crimes seem intimate and theatrical at once. He's not remembered only as a killer. He is remembered as a son who kills his mother, a husband who destroys a wronged wife, an artist who humiliates the throne, a ruler suspected of watching Rome burn a builder who raises gold over ashes, and a persecutor who turns bodies into spectacle. His evil in memory has imagery. It can be pictured. That gives it endurance. Archaeology complicates the moral picture without erasing it. The buried remains of the Domus Aurea reveal refinement, experimentation, and beauty. The paintings do not look evil. The spaces do not confess. They show craftsmen, architects, decorators, engineers, and laborers working at a high level of imagination and skill. Later artists descending into those buried rooms found inspiration, not merely horror. This is one of history's unsettling lessons. Material beauty does not reliably disclose moral truth. A painted ceiling can survive a regime that ruined lives. A palace can be aesthetically brilliant and politically obscene. Nero's Golden House remains fascinating precisely because it refuses to become only evidence of decadence. It is also evidence of creative ambition, and that makes the decadence harder, not easier to judge. The city's later transformation also speaks against Nero. The Flavians did not merely replace him, they staged his replacement through architecture. By draining the lake of the Golden House and building the amphitheatre later known as the Colosseum, they turned Nero's private landscape into public spectacle. This act tells us what Nero's successors wanted: Romans to remember that he had taken space from the people, and they had given it back. The message was political theatre, but it worked because it answered a real resentment. Even if the Flavians had their own ambitions, their building program became a stone argument against Nero's memory. The city itself was recruited to condemn him. Christian memory made that condemnation even darker. For communities that remembered the victims after the fire, Nero became not simply a bad emperor, but the first great imperial persecutor, a figure through whom Rome's violence against the faithful could be personified. Over time, his image grew almost apocalyptic. The rumor that Nero might return, already present in Roman political imagination through false claimants, took on new meanings in Christian thought. He became a type of enemy, an emblem of worldly power, turned against sacred truth. This memory does not function like modern evidence, but it reveals the emotional force of his name. Nero becomes larger than biography. He becomes a symbol of empire at its most cruel and theatrical. Yet another memory survived among some ordinary people and in parts of the Greek world. Nero was not universally hated in every place at every moment by every class. His games gifts cultural admiration and anti-aristocratic posture may have created genuine pockets of affection or nostalgia. The false Neros who appeared after his death could not have succeeded even briefly unless his name retained magnetic power. This does not redeem him. Popularity is not innocence. Cruel rulers can be loved by those who benefit from their generosity or remember them selectively. But it does remind us that historical reputation is not a simple vote. The Senate's Nero, the Christian Nero, the Greek Nero, the urban crowd's Nero, and the archaeological Nero are not identical even when they overlap. The deeper mystery is how a reign that begins with promise becomes a byword for corruption. The answer lies partly in Nero's character, but not only there. He is a child of the Julio-Claudian machine. That machine rewards adoption, marriage, intrigue, guarded appearances, and proximity to armed power. It places adolescents into impossible roles and surrounds them with people who flatter fear and manipulate them. It teaches that rivals are existential threats and that family bonds are political instruments. Nero's personal choices are his own, especially as he matures and sheds restraint, but the road beneath those choices was paved before his birth. The dynasty that created imperial stability also normalized private terror at the summit of the state. Agrippina's role remains central to that mystery. She's neither innocent victim alone nor villain alone. She's ambitious, brilliant, ruthless, and trapped by the structure she uses. She raises Nero as a pathway to power, then becomes the obstacle he cannot bear. Their relationship is one of the great tragic engines of Roman history because it fuses motherhood with monarchy. In a different world, her intelligence might have made her a ruler in her own name. In Rome, it makes her a kingmaker, and kingmakers are rarely safe once the king wishes to stand alone. Nero's matricide horrifies because it is both personal crime and political logic carried to its most unnatural conclusion. Seneca's presence adds another uneasy layer. The philosopher near the tyrant has troubled readers for centuries. Did he restrain Nero for as long as possible, or did he lend moral language to a regime already corrupt? The answer may be both. Human beings inside power rarely remain pure and complete. Withdrawal is often easier to praise after the fact than to practice while events unfold. Seneca's tragedy is that his words survive beside Nero's deeds. He teaches mercy while the court moves toward murder. He becomes wealthy under a prince he later cannot control. His death looks noble, but his life near Nero remains morally unresolved. That unresolved quality makes the early reign's promise feel even more painful. The fire of Rome remains the central unsolved image. Modern caution resists declaring Nero guilty of arson. The city's conditions were enough to burn. The evidence for a deliberate imperial order is weak and shaped by hostility. Nero's relief measures are too substantial to ignore. And yet the legend persists because Nero's later palace, his reputation for spectacle, and his political need to deflect blame made innocence difficult for many Romans to believe. The truth may never be fully recovered. What can be recovered is the way disaster became memory. Rome burned, and afterward Nero became the kind of man people could imagine wanting the flames. That may not be proof, but as a historical verdict it is devastating. By the end, Nero is both scapegoat and perpetrator. He's blamed for things that may not be proven, yet guilty of enough that sympathy has limits. He is exaggerated by enemies, but he supplies those enemies with abundant material. He is a product of his dynasty, but not merely its victim. He is capable of cultural fascination, but also of cruelty. He seeks love from crowds while destroying trust among those nearest power. He wants artistic immortality and receives a darker immortality instead. The final irony is almost complete. Nero, who longed to be remembered as a great performer, becomes one of history's greatest performances of tyranny, staged and restaged by every generation that retells him. Rome survives him, but not unchanged. His fall ends the Julio-Claudian line and opens the empire to a more explicit truth. Armies can make emperors. The year of the 4 emperors proves that dynastic glamour is no longer enough. After Nero, imperial legitimacy must be rebuilt through victory, military loyalty, public works, and careful distancing from his excesses. The Flavians learn from him, use him, bury him, and build over him. In doing so, they confirm his importance. A forgotten failure does not need such energetic erasure. Nero has to be overwritten because his memory remains dangerous, and still through the ruins he remains visible. Not as he truly was in every private moment, because that person is beyond reach, but as a convergence of evidence and accusation. The boy raised in a murderous house, the young emperor once guided by wise men, the son who destroys his mother, the artist who mistakes applause for legitimacy, the ruler suspected beneath the glow of a burning city, the persecutor of a small community that will one day outlast the empire that tormented it, the builder of a golden dream buried beneath later Rome, the fugitive who dies in fear, mourning the artist he believes the world is losing. Whether monster scapegoat or both, Nero endures because he exposes the most frightening possibility within absolute power, that a civilization can place its world in one human being's hands, and then discover too late that the hand is trembling, vain, frightened, and hungry for applause. The story of Nero ends, but Rome does not fall silent. It keeps breathing through dust, rebuilding rumor and stone. The streets change shape. New rulers come with new promises. The lake of the Golden House disappears beneath a monument for crowds. Painted rooms sink into darkness, waiting centuries for curious hands and lowered lamps to find them again. The names of the powerful remain scratched into history, while the names of most victims vanish, carried away with smoke, ash, and ordinary grief. This is often how the ancient world reaches us, not whole, not fair, not evenly lit, but in fragments that still burn when touched. Nero becomes a warning because he is more than one man. He is what happens when inheritance replaces accountability, when fear becomes government, when art becomes vanity under armed protection, when a city's suffering is turned into rumor and spectacle. Yet he also remains unsettling because the record refuses perfect simplicity. He was not born as a marble statue of evil. He was shaped by a family that treated blood as strategy, by a court where affection and survival were difficult to separate, by advisors who tried to guide him and compromise themselves, by crowds that applauded, by enemies who hated, and by a political system that gave one young man more power than any young man should ever hold. The ruins do not answer every question. They do not tell us exactly what Nero felt when Agrippina died, whether he truly sang of Troy as Rome burned, how many Christians suffered in his gardens, or how often applause around him was admiration rather than fear. The evidence remains incomplete, and perhaps that incompleteness is part of why he endures. Every generation looks into the gaps and sees something. It recognizes the danger of spectacle, the corruption of flattery, the fragility of cities, the cruelty of blame, the loneliness of power after trust has disappeared. And somewhere beneath modern Rome, beneath traffic churches, ruins, foundations, and the layered weight of centuries, traces of Nero's world still remain. Not the whole empire, not the full truth, Not the living voices of those who watch the flames, but enough to remind us that history is never only past. It is a warning preserved in stone and story. A boy becomes emperor. A city burns. A palace shines. A dynasty ends. And after all the noise fades, one image lingers. Rome at dusk, smoke thinning over broken roofs, while the name Nero drifts forward through time, half man, half myth, impossible to fully bury.